All right, YouTube. You wanted the best, and you've got the best. The hottest live stream in the world. Jake, the Awake. There you go. Starting it off like that tonight. How you guys doing? Welcome, y'all. We got ourselves a Saturday night stream tonight. That's right. I found the will and the motivation to give you guys an extra stream this week. You know, I thought that last week I watched the replay. I didn't really talk enough about flat Earth. So I thought tonight I'm going to talk about flat Earth. And this time I'm going to stick to it. All right. So if you saw my last stream, I got carried away talking about rock bands being controlled, music being used to control the masses, and CIA bands. And I went on and on and on and on and on. And I didn't stick to the flat Earth topic as much as I probably should have. So tonight I'm going to make up for it. Going to be talking about flat Earth. We're going to be talking about other flat Earth content creators, some who've disappeared, some who are still around. In fact, this is one of the only channels who talks about flat Earth from a decade ago that is still left standing. So tonight it's going to be a flat Earth special, flat Earth spectacular, and I'm going to stay on subject, I promise. All right. So with that said, I got some super chats that came in before the show even started. But before I even get to that, I had a super chat last week from a longtime supporter, trout fishing at Hood Park, and I totally accidentally missed his generous super chat. I don't know how it happened. He sent one without a message. I thanked him, and then he sent another one with a message, and I missed it. So, being his super chat ties directly to tonight's show, which is about the flat Earth, I'm going to read the super chat that I missed from last week from trout fishing at Hood Park. I thought I had it pulled up. Jeez. This is not going how I wanted. There it is. Meant to say that water doesn't bend. All right. So trout fishing at Hood Park last week sent 2 donations and accidentally didn't read his last week. So trout fishing at Hood Park, my bad for missing your super chat last week. And hopefully this makes up for it. Hopefully you're watching now or you see the replay. Trout fishing at Hood Park says, meant to say water doesn't bend. And that ties directly to what we're going to be talking about tonight. So there you go. That was the missed super chat from last week. So now that I got that taken care of, whoop, now I can read tonight's super chats. All right. LaFleur coming in with a super sticker. Davey D from the LaFleur Network. Nice to see you tonight, buddy. Thank you for the super sticker. We got Big Money Bob handing out 5 Jake the Awake gifted memberships, which is awesome. We got Vince Biagini coming in with a donation, but no message attached. Hopefully that was not a mistake. So thank you guys for these opening super chats. And Jonna with a very generous super chat says, happy birthday, Jake. We love you. You're the best and greatest performer ever. Wishing you a day filled with love, laughter, and endless blessings. Well, tomorrow is my birthday, and I'm going to be 43 years old. Wow. And so tonight, if I get any birthday wishes, even though they're a bit early, it's all appreciated. I don't really have anything special planned or lined up tomorrow. So I guess this is the special planned thing that I have lined up for right now. I guess it's going to have to be. So thank you for the birthday wishes. And now that everybody has been told that tomorrow's my birthday, I'm sure now I'm just going to get this flood of happy birthdays. So thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, and thank you to everybody who's going to start wishing me a happy birthday right about now. All right. Speaking of right about now, Funk Soul Brother. Check it out now. Funk Soul Brother. All right. And we got a happy birthday wish coming in from RY. Awesome, awesome. You guys are awesome. As usual, I can always count on you guys to show up here, support the show, and you guys are great as always. All right. And if I miss any super chats tonight, you guys make sure to let me know so that I don't screw up like I did last week and miss one from a longtime hardcore supporter like trout fishing at Hood Park, which I don't know how that happened. All right. You guys ready to talk about some flat earth tonight? All right. So I was thinking while we let people gather, that we go back and we take a look at one of my classic flat earth videos. I made this video a long time ago, and we're going to be talking about a few of these fellas tonight who are featured in this video. And it's short. It's not very long. I think it's a perfect video to get things started. So there was this time many, many moons ago when I made this Beavis and Butthead flat earth parody, and it took many, many hours. It was not easy. And so we're going to go back and take a look at my classic parody, Beavis and Butthead flat earth episode, the only Beavis and Butthead flat earth episode that exists. And it wasn't created by Mike Judge. No, created by yours truly. You guys ready? And away we go.
Beavis and Butthead are not role models, not even human. They're cartoons. Some of the things they do would cause a person to get hurt, expelled, arrested, possibly deported. To put it another way, don't try this at home.
Hey, look, check it out. I think it's like Matthew Powerland.
Who's that?
He's like this dude who says the earth is flat.
Wait a minute. What?
He just says earth is flat and NASA never went to the moon.
Well, I don't know, Butthead. I'm pretty sure, Buzz Lightyear and Lance Armstrong landed on the moon.
Beavis, you dumbass. You're thinking of Louis Armstrong.
Oh, yeah, sorry about that. Who is that guy, Butthead?
That's like Eric Dubé. He says if you go to the ocean and you pull out your stethoscope, you can make a boat reappear after it disappears or something.
He's like, I'm Dubé.
Yeah, he thinks he's all tough because he knows Wang Chung karate.
Do you know the definition of Billy?
Hey, Butthead, what's a shill?
I think that's the bottom part of your leg.
Yes,
It's the flat earth asshole. The flat earth asshole kicks ass.
Oh, yeah. He's pretty cool. I saw that guy playing bass at like this bar.
You've never been inside a bar, Beavis.
Yeah, I know, but I was like standing around out like front and like they had the door open. So I like got to peek inside for a minute. You weren't there. It was pretty cool.
Yeah, right. You just stayed home and spanked your monkey.
Oh, yeah. Hey, Butthead, is the Earth like a ball?
You said ball. NASA never went to the moon.
This is like the funkiest song ever. Yeah. Oh, yeah. What? Oh, yeah.
Beavis, get the hell down from there before I
Don't
kick
touch
your
me,
ass.
asswipe.
Damn it, right now.
Get
Get
the
the
hell away
hell
from me.
down from there before I kick your ass. Damn it, I'm gonna count to 3, Beavis. 1, 2,
Yeah.
oh!
All right, there you go. Don't want to show that. It just automatically started playing some copyrighted WWE footage. Nope, not going to get me that easy, assholes. Stop sharing that. All right, you guys know how many hours that shit took? Oh my god, to try and like match that all up to their mouth movements and find the right clips of them two talking to match what I'm trying to say. Oh my god, so long to make that. That was back in the day when I had a day job and I was taking care of people who had disabilities and whatnot. But there's a lot of downtime where you're just sitting and they're asleep or they're just chilling watching TV. So you're just chilling while they watch TV. So I used to be able to work on videos while I was on the clock at my day job. So I used to spend days and days and days working on the same video. So that's how I used to be able to churn something like that out, was because I spent probably, I don't know, 6-7 days on that shit, right? Because I would be on the clock at my day job. And I'd be like, oh, let me work on this a little bit. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, there's a classic video from back in the day. I thought that would get the party started here tonight. I did all the voices there. No help from like any AI or any sort of computer tech. Just me doing my best impression of both Beavis and Butthead. And you could tell as the video went on, I started to get better and better. So it's like at the beginning of the video, the voices are like, eh. But by the end of the video, it's like I'm fucking killing it better than Mike Judge. All right. All right. We done got some more super chats that came in from Cactus Jack. He says, happy 43rd birthday, Jakey. I don't know if I like being called Jakey. I'll let it slide because you're sending a super chat, but I prefer not to be called Jakey. Okay? All right. So thank you for the birthday wishes. He also calls me an old bugger. Oh, calling me an old bugger and Jakey. Well, like I said, since Since it's a super chat, I'll let that slide, sir, but doesn't exactly make me feel good on my birthday to be called an old bugger. I like to pretend I'm still plenty young bugger. All right, RY with a donation. Looks like he wants an Archaics impression. He wants Archaics to wish me a happy birthday. Well, I'll tell you, I woke up this morning and I had myself my coffee and my bourbon whiskey, and I done seen that it was Jake the Awake's birthday, and that's why I personally wanted to reach out right now and wish him a happy birthday. Now, I have just came back from Las Vegas and I won, no kidding, 6 figures using my system, which proves we do indeed live inside some sort of a matrix. Now, brother, I'm going to give you this information for 1995, and let me tell you what, it's going to change your life. All right? Right after I finish wishing Jake the Awake a happy birthday, brother. There you go. Little arcade. I haven't watched him in a long time, so I don't even know what he's up to these days. I'm sure it's something close to what I just said, though. RY says, Arnold also wishes you a happy birthday. I want to reach out and to wish the happiest of the battle to the one and only Jack the Awake, formerly known as a flat earth asshole. That is how I got my flat earth information. I used to believe that we was on a spinning ball, spinning and rotating and shooting to the cosmos at the unfathomable speed, and then the flat earth asshole come along and he shattered my illusion of what reality really was, and now I know that we're living on a flat and motionless plane, and that is why I want to wish him a happy birthday to you, happy birthday to you, happy birthday, dear Jack Dewey, happy birthday. All right. And many more. All right. UV and E says, just got here. Thoughts on Eric Dubé? Well, it just so happens I was going to talk about him tonight anyway. And I've talked about him many times before, so it'll be some shit that I've said before. But who knows? Maybe I'll add some more to it. So I'll give my thoughts on all them guys, including Eric Dubé, because that's actually the guy who I got started watching first. Was that guy, Eric Dubé, and another guy named Matt Boylan or Matt Powerland. So those were the two guys I got started watching back in 2015. And those were my two favorite channels who talked about the flat earth subject at the time. And then I decided one night in 2016 that I was going to fire up my iPhone camera and make my own flat earth video, and that I was going to essentially hijack some of their talking points, but put my own spin on it because I enjoyed the subject so much and learning about it. And those were my two favorite flat earth content creators at the time. So I thought, I think I could put my own spin on this and do, just as good of a job as these guys or even better. And so I did. And guess what? I'm one of the only guys still standing. And Matt Boylan, Matt Powerland, he's no longer really around doing anything and hasn't for a long time. And I would argue Eric Dubé seems like just an AI channel to me. Last time I checked, which I check up on Eric Dubé like once a month or whatever, see what he's doing. It seems like an AI channel to me. Doesn't seem like it's ran by a real guy like me. You would never see me just stop showing my face, never do a live stream ever again, and just start reading scripts in every single video. If I did do that, well, I would hope you guys would be like, hey, what the hell happened to Jake? Is this channel AI now? Right? So I look at Eric Dubé's channel. In fact, since you're asking, why don't we just go take a peek over there right now and I'll make my point. It'll be even better if I do that. So this was one of the guys who got me started looking into this subject and taking it seriously. But now, and I haven't for a long time. I don't respect him as a content creator because I think he's a total shill, and I don't even think he's in control of his fucking channel. So I don't look at him or his channel or his content anywhere near the same as I used to when I first got into this subject. So anyway, here we go over to his channel. He's got what, 240,000 subscribers. And if I go to his latest videos, it's just like repeated shit that he's basically already said. And it just sounds like a AI version of Eric just reading a script.
Of verses detailing a geocentric level plane bounded by a solid vault of the sky within which the sun, moon, and stars all revolve.
And he's still pushing that wrong debunk shit. Literally, still pushing this. This is not what it is. This is provably wrong. I'll prove this wrong tonight again. I've proven this wrong 100 times or more. This circling sun and moon shit is impossible. Like, I could literally debunk it right now in front of everyone's face. Okay, if this model was true, you would be able to see the dark side of the moon. But nobody can. You can only see one side of the moon all the time. You never get to see the sides or the back of that son of a bitch. So in this model, people would be seeing the fucking backside of the moon. So it's impossible. So this model that he shows is impossible. And if we really want to dive into it, the sunrise and sunset angles with just one sun going in a circle is also impossible. So I'll go over all that again tonight and repeat myself for the fucking 100th, 200th time, whatever. So Eric Dubé is still pushing this. And like I said, I don't think he's in control of his own channel. I think it's just like an AI channel at this point.
Nowhere in any biblical scripture is Earth described as a spinning globe rotating around the sun in a vacuum of ever-expanding space. In fact, the Bible makes no mention of outer space or the other trillions upon trillions of planets claimed to exist by modern astronomers.
So some people just think that Eric Dubé is this guy who just doesn't like to go live. He just doesn't because he doesn't like it. He doesn't want to. And so if I'm like, hey, how come he never does what I'm doing right here, right now? Like, why doesn't Eric ever do this? This thing that I've been doing for fucking years where, you know, I interact with you guys live and prove who and what the fuck I am. How come he doesn't do that? Oh, well, Jake, Eric's too cool for that. He's like this otherworldly deity to where he doesn't have the need or the want to go live. He just doesn't want to. He just doesn't need to. He just doesn't have to. Ha! Yeah. So you're looking at the guy who goes live. And then where's Eric's live streams? Oh, he doesn't have any. And then the times where he does get interviewed by somewhere else, it's as if he's answering questions that he already knows is coming. And then they tape it and it can be edited and rehearsed, right? So we never see him getting live interviewed. So I would argue this guy has always been reading scripts, is still reading scripts. And I don't even think they need him anymore. They have a sample of his voice. They can just have AI Eric deliver the script. And you don't ever see him on camera with his mouth moving, saying anything anymore. So how do you know AI hasn't been running his channel for years now? It kind of seems like it to me. But, you know, people will say, you're just a hater. You're a shill for saying that about Eric Dubé, right? So there's still people who want to suck him off, even though it doesn't even seem like a human guy is even running that channel. So there's always going to be these diehard Eric Dubé supporters that no matter what I show, they're going to be like, oh no, Eric is totally legit. But check this out. Here's another proof he's a fucking shill.
In 2026, it feels like conspiracy researchers have been vindicated with the release of the Epstein files.
That's it. Shill! He made a video saying conspiracy researchers have been vindicated with the release of the Epstein files. That insinuates that he thinks the Epstein files are real and that researchers, dumb fucks who watch TV and believe in Epstein file bullshit that comes from the mainstream media, who gets it from who? The government. And Eric's saying that since that info was released, that researchers have been vindicated. Literally, that makes him a shill. Literally. That's it. So if you believe in Epstein shit, well, then you might agree with Eric. But those of us who know that the Epstein shit comes from the government and can't be trusted, and it's a bunch of fucking made up bullshit that shills talk about, well, there's Eric right there talking about it. Sounds like he's reading a script. Sounds like it's a fucking AI version of Eric talking about Epstein shit being real. Oh no, Jake. No. Yeah, that's exactly what's happening.
Now, it's mainstream that there was a Rothschild Israeli Jewish agent who lured rich, powerful people.
Could you talk any slower and any more like a robot, Mr. Dubé? So here's the deal. You want to follow a motherfucking script reading robot? Have at it. But I'm the only real one who does this. The only one. So yeah, sometimes I get full of my own shit. That's because I look around and I see who's doing what. And I don't see anybody talking about the flat earth like I'm talking about it, using their own fucking face and their own name. Still, people bring up Dubé like he's some mythical fucking deity who has this information that he's bestowing upon all of us. He's casting all these pearls amongst us swine. Yeah, he's a fucking robot voice AI channel at this point, pushing the same old debunked shit. So that's what I think about Eric Dubé. And anyone who disagrees, they can make a video proving anything I said wrong. And I'd be glad to take a look at it. All right. Now we got a very, very generous donation coming in from Big Money Bob. Says, happy birthday, bro. How about a little Land on the Moon classic original version? You know what? That's a good idea. Here, let me get rid of Eric Dubé proclaiming that researchers are vindicated over the release of the Epstein shit. Let me get rid of that while I perform one of my hit classics. It's such a big hit that I don't even need a band. I don't even need a microphone. I don't need any vocal effects. Don't need a beat. Don't need a metronome. I don't have anything in my ears to help me. Nope. Just going to do it off the cuff, off the cusp. Off the cuffaspa? Yeah. Right here, right now. Land on the moon, we'll land on the moon, land on the moon, we'll land on the moon, land on the moon, we'll land on the moon. Hey, take it over, we go to the moon. Yes, you know that we come back soon. Roof to the top, roof down low, roof so much we got no place to go away. Land on the moon, we'll land on the moon, land on the moon, we'll land on the moon. Yes, my friend, we will come back soon. We take it over. Roof to the moon, cause yes, you know that we come back soon. Roof to the left and roof to the right, cause beach, you know that we rove all night. We land on the moon, we land on the moon, land on the moon, we land on the moon, land on the moon. Yes, my friend, and come back soon. Take it over, we rove to the moon. Just you know, we're gonna come back soon. We rove up a high, rove down low. We rove so much we got no place to rove. We land on the moon, land on the moon, we land on the moon, land on the moon, land on the moon. Yes, my friend, we will come back soon. We row, row, row. Everybody say row, row, row. All the girls say row, 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 and all the boys say row, row, row. Everybody say row, row, row. Row, 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 rover, row, 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 rover, row. All right. Now there's people out there who would be like, that was fucking stupid. That was cringe, dude. Oh, yeah? When was the last time someone paid you $43 to sing a silly song that they done heard before, that they thought was so funny and silly that they just have to hear it again right here, right now? When was the last time anyone done paid you to sing a silly song like that? Huh? That's right. So let's not act like what I just did was that cringe or stupid. It's actually one of the most catchiest things that anyone has ever done in this silly ass realm that we live in, which is why I don't even need a fucking band. I don't even need anyone to help me. I don't even need any amplification or microphone or nothing. Just me singing a goofy ass song. And I came up with that like 3 years ago. That's like a 3-year-old goofy ass fucking song. So anybody trying to act like my song is stupid or cringe, yeah, well, let's see you write as silly of a song and get people to pay you to sing it. And if I sound like I'm full of my own shit for creating that silly song, well, I am. I'm very proud of it. All right. MRRN with a donation says, Gangsta Elmo wishes you a happy birthday, Jake. All right. Yo, what happening, bitch? Gangsta Elmo in the motherfucking house with a big fat Elmo dick for your motherfucking mouth. Yo, I just want to take this time to give a shout out to my homie Jake the Awake. Go wish my boy a happy birthday right now. Yeah, boy, happy birthday, motherfucker. Take a drink of that shit for Elmo. Puff on some of that danky shit for Elmo, son. Yeah. Elmo out this bitch. Bye. All right. Gangster Elmo just made a fucking appearance. Yeah. That's right. I don't need no scripts. If somebody wants Gangster Elmo to make an appearance, we make it happen. I don't need to practice that shit beforehand. All right. RY says Jake's 43rd birthday, like doot, dat. All right. Well, now that you said it, now I got to pull up the video. I haven't pulled up doot in probably 6 months or more, so I guess it's about time that we break it out. And it's a super short video. All right. So being it's only a 45-second video, and I have it pulled up right now. Here it is. Doot. That way everybody knows what we're talking about. Doot.
The first shot when he come in, on the counter, like you do, and then pretty, suddenly it's quiet. That's why I wrap my partner. We go to high on the table.
There you go. All right. So there's a little dat. Thank you, RY, for reminding me of that video. Hold on, we got one from Brian on time. Says 2016, Jake the Flat Earth asshole is straight OG of all conspiracies. You laid the foundation. Well, you know, I didn't realize when I made my first video that I was walking into the controlled rollout of the flat Earth. But, you know, once I figured it out and started pointing it out, you know, I went through some rough times and then almost walked away altogether. And then 2020, when the COVID shit went down, I jumped back on here and have not jumped back off since. So we've been running strong for the majority of 10 years over here, you know, just covering whatever scripted shit goes down in this realm that they are creating this fake reality for us, which most people have been duped into believing is real reality. This fake history timeline, which they're creating and scripting many years in advance, you know. This is like one of the only groups that talks about news being scripted on the whole internet. There's very few places that you can find other people talking about events on the news being scripted beforehand. It's like one of the only spots. And so to get to the point where we're at today, I look back at how it all started, and it was because I watched some Eric Dubé and Matt Powerland videos and got motivated to make my own video. And now here I am calling Eric Dubé a fucking AI channel and that he's a shill. And I'll show you later that Matt Powerland's long gone and irrelevant. So, man, crazy that I'm where I am now, still doing this, going strong all these years later. And the channels that I got my motivation, you know, to start doing this from. I don't view them the same way at all, you know. My mind has completely changed about those channels. So it's strange to look back at the big time channels back at 2015 and 16 and what the landscape was then versus what it is now. It's completely changed. And those of you who've been following along, you guys know, holy shit, so much has went down. So much has went down that I can't even explain it all in one stream. It would take several streams just to fucking go over the last 10 years of shit the scripted flat earth rollout has done. All right. RY with a donation wants Wanda Sykes is critical of Jake's 43rd birthday.
Y'all, I don't know. I think he be lying. He look like he younger than that. This boy on screen, he look like he's still in his 20s or maybe his 30s. I think he lying, telling people he 43 years old. I don't believe that for a minute. Y'all, right now, it's hard for a black woman out there. You know, we got to do stuff to take care of our face and make ourselves look younger. I don't believe for a second that this young man found a way to make himself look that young and he really 43 years old. I don't believe that. What kind of makeup you using? What are you doing to make yourself look like that? That's why I think he lying.
There you go. I'm not lying, Wanda. I keep myself looking young by shaving the gray hairs off my face as often as I can. In fact, you can see some of them poking through right now because I forgot to shave today. You can see little gray hairs starting to poke through, make me look old, right? That's what I do, keep myself looking young. I'm like, oh shit, these gray hairs. Here, let me shave those off. There. Now I'm young again. I'm like, oh fuck, look at this. All right, let me put some dye in there. There. Still young. I'm forever young. That's how I stay forever young. Just hide them grays by shaving them or dyeing them fucking brown. That's it. That's my secret. I don't care if you guys know. I'm gonna be like fucking 80 years old, looking hella young. He's like, Jake, what's your secret? Well, I shave and I put dye in my hair. And you motherfuckers just think I'm so young looking. I've been fooling you all this time. All right. Got Lisa DeMoss says, happy birthday, Jake, and many more. Oh, thank you very much. You guys know if you go out to a restaurant and somebody tells them that it's your birthday, then they're going to come out with like a little cupcake or some shit, and they're going to sing the restaurant version of happy birthday. You guys know how the restaurant version of happy birthday goes? It goes like this. Happy, happy birthday from all of us to you. We wish it was our birthday so we could party too. Hey! And then they quickly go back to work. So they don't have enough time to sing the full happy birthday song. And that song is supposedly copyrighted. So what they do in restaurants is they give you a restaurant happy birthday. And I know because I've had it sang to me so many times that I fucking memorized it and then re-performed it just for you guys a second ago. So yeah, there you go. Restaurant version of happy birthday. Going out to me. RY with a donation wants Stephen Hawking wishing me a happy birthday. Thank you, Stephen Hawking. I appreciate that. And I'll let him know that you need your diaper changed. Okay, buddy? All right. There you go. He totally wished me a happy birthday. I deciphered Stephen Hawking's mumbles. I watched that video where Larry Bird's brother translated for Stephen Hawking so many times that now I know what Stephen Hawking is saying when he mumbles, right? So old Stephen Hawking before the talking box, yeah, back when he used to mumble. I watched the video enough times that I started to figure out exactly what he's saying, you know? So you can trust that was a proper interpretation. Lint away air duct cleaning with a super chat says, happy birthday, you shape-shifting Archon. Thank you very much. Lint away air duct cleaning, best damn air duct cleaning service this side of the Mississippi. And no, he didn't pay me to say that. Or did he? All right. Just kidding. Or am I? All right. He actually doesn't sponsor the show. He just sends super chats. He's just a loyal supporter of the show. And that's an inside joke. I've never actually in person inspected his air duct cleaning abilities, but I have seen videos, and according to the videos, he does seem pretty damn legit. So I'm pretty sure he would do a good job if you hired him. All right. RY with a donation says, nobody is better at Jake's B-Day wishes than Trump. All right, let me tell you something. People say a lot of things about a lot of people, but there's no hotter live stream than the Jake the Awake stream. Right now, America is hotter than ever, and Jake the Awake's live streams are the hottest thing going on in America. So I recently tried to watch some of Joe Rogan's podcast. He's not doing so good anymore. You know, I used to like the guy. I used to support Joe's show, but I got to tell you, after listening lately, I'm getting so damn bored. He's putting me to sleep. So started listening to this fella, Jake the Awake. He's a lot of genius, this fella. So it's my new favorite podcast. It's when I'm on long trips, I like to put on some of the Check the Awake live streams and find out what's happening in the real news. The fake news, they're lying, but you can get the real news from Jake the Awake. Well, thank you, Trump. You know what, guys? All that shit I said about Trump, I take it back. Now that he's endorsed the channel, he seems like a pretty good guy, actually. Ozzy Mandius with a donation says, I'm all on board with NASA lying about everything. I'm not a flat earther, though. Could they just be hustling us for money? Sunsets and different stars in the lower hemisphere still keep me on globe. So visual things in the sky are keeping you thinking that you stand on a spinning ball in outer space. Think about it. Here's the main argument, bro. You've never seen the spinning ball with your own two eyes. You're talking about something in the sky, a visual effect. So I'll admit that the sun is doing something out of this world that doesn't match a circling sun path over a flat earth. So I've said that many times. But that doesn't mean that the earth suddenly becomes spherical because the sun is doing something that you can't quite explain. So the stuff going on in the sky does not change the shape of the ground that you're standing on. So you might see the sun do something that just you can't quite wrap your head around how or why it's doing that. And so you default to their mainstream science explanation that it's a burning ball of gas 93 million miles away. But I would argue that you personally have never seen the earth as a ball with your own two eyes, right? So let me pull it up. Let me go ahead and knock this argument out from top to bottom. Type in earth as a, or earth from outer space. That's what we'll type in. All right. So I've done this many times. It's not my first rodeo. I'll just type in earth from outer space. And then I go, okay, which one of these cartoon globes is it? Are these for sure the same place? So this cartoon globe right here, that's for sure where you live. That's the one from the NASA website. So I would argue that you've never seen that with your own two eyes, and you never will see that with your own two eyes. You have to trust the men who claim that they've been to space and floated around far enough away from Earth that they've seen it with their own two eyes. So the only people who've floated around in space and claim to have seen the Earth looking like that work for the government, NASA. So you have to trust government agents, government employees who claim they've been there. But you don't get to ever see it like that. So here's now the problem I have with trusting the government and or NASA is that they done gave us the moon landings and these other space missions. And I already looked at this and came to the conclusion that they'd done fake the moon landings, all of them, in every space mission I've ever looked at. So why in the flying fart would I ever trust a NASA if they lied about the moon landings? I'm showing you the proof that they lied about the moon landings on screen. Now, anybody with a working brain should be able to look at what I'm showing you on screen, realize that that is impossible to have ever flown anywhere. It's impossible for what you're looking at on the screen to fly in outer space or Earth's atmosphere or anywhere. So once you realize that that's a pile of trash that you're looking at on screen, some gold foil and some curtain rods and some tarps, and looks like they're taping the whole thing together with some tape and shit. And so once you realize that you're looking at a stage prop, a poorly constructed, shitty stage prop, well, then they totally lied about the moon landings. So why would I ever trust this group of individuals to tell me the truth about where I live? Why would anybody trust NASA about where they live? And then the other space agencies are tied to NASA, so nobody can say that, oh, SpaceX isn't the same as NASA. SpaceX is NASA. They work hand in hand with NASA. And Blue Origin, they work hand in hand with NASA. So anybody who goes to space has to be on the same team with NASA, essentially, and say the same shit. So, and all the other space agencies report the same shit in space. None of them say that we faked the moon landings. And the United States space agencies don't talk about how China's space station is fake. So all of the agencies who have, or all of the countries that have a space agency, all stick up for each other's space missions and stories. They don't ever point the finger and say, no, China's faking it. Russia doesn't point the finger and say, oh, that's fake, right? No. So everybody's on the same page that the moon landing happened and is real, as far as all the world governments are concerned. So why would I listen to any of them when they want to tell me that Earth is a spinning ball in outer space? So yeah, if you're still in the mindset where that pile of trash landed on the moon and safely got the astronauts back to back home, well, then you might believe that astronauts for sure seen the Earth as a ball, and that they're trustworthy. And in that case, I can't help you. So if you want to stay a glober, you got to have proof that you actually live on that thing. And it can't just be, oh, the sun or the stars do something in the sky. No, the sun and the stars are above your head, and the thing that you're standing on, its shape cannot be changed regardless of what the stuff above your head does. So there you go, man. As far as I'm concerned, the water lays flat. I've never seen water curve around a ball. And so they say, oh, well, you have to be far enough away from something as big as the Earth to see the water curve around a ball. Well, now we're back to the same situation where I have to trust government employees. So yeah, man, I've proven for sure that the government lies about space missions, such as the moon landings and space station and such, to where their images of the Earth, I absolutely can't trust them at all because they already done lied about other things. See? So had they had a flawless record and all of their shit is completely undebunkable because it's all legit, oh, well, that'd be a different story. Then I would trust them. If everything I went back and looked at was totally legit and I couldn't find a single flaw in any of it, oh, well, then I would trust that that's what it is. And it's already been figured out. But that's not the case. So they have men who are hired to say, Jake the asshole is experiencing personal incredulity because he thinks that the lunar module looks like it's incapable of space flight. So they have to hire men to make fun of me, to try and make me out to be an idiot for not believing that that landed on the moon. So they have Simon Dan, Fight the Flat Earth Craig, and MC Toon, who will make content and have made content about me specifically to try and convince anyone who's on the fence that I'm stupid for thinking that that didn't go to the moon, and that really smart guys who know about science and didn't flunk out of science class, well, they know for sure it totally landed on the moon. Yeah, see, that's the thing. They've hired men to literally make fun of me and troll me for telling you guys that that thing didn't land on the fucking moon. And I know these men just didn't decide to do it of their own accord because they have sponsorships and they read scripts. So yeah, I kind of have experience in this game that no one else has. All right. So yeah, the money is a given, but as far as like you seeing something in the sky to make up your mind about what's on the ground, they got you right where they want you. They want you to think that what you're seeing in the sky is impossible on a flat earth, so therefore you stay on the globe. They got you. Whereas I have already figured out what happens in the sky has no bearing upon the shape of what we're standing on. And in fact, what's in the sky might be purposely doing something out of this world. Maybe that's the way it's supposed to operate, so that people who are really paying attention come to the conclusion about what's really going on here. All right. There you go. Last week, I lost my cool at one guy who asked why they would lie. So I'm going to try and maintain my cool tonight and not lose my temper if somebody asks an old question from 10 years ago that I've answered many times. I'm going to try and explain it all again as calmly and rationally as I can tonight. So, all right. Neil says, Jake, don't crack. Hey, man, this is hard, you know? It's hard not to lose your mind once in a while doing this. So every great once in a while, you can expect me to almost lose my mind and then regain myself and then come back swinging just as strong or stronger than before. It's happened several times. I've started to fall off and then regain myself several times. It's an up and down thing that we go through in life, you know. It's hard to stay riding on top of the world for your whole life, right? So even people who got their shit together and have a great job and make lots of money, they'll find a way to create some sort of issue for themselves, or the creator of this place, whatever, you know, the Matrix here will find a way to throw monkey wrenches, you know. So you guys know, whenever you get riding too high, they'll throw a monkey wrench at you, kick you in the balls, and remind you that nobody gets to maintain happiness in this realm 100% of the time. So yeah, man, I like anyone else, I have my down days and my days where I'm not at my best. But then I have days where I bounce back and I feel like I'm beating the world, you know? Right now, I feel like I'm kind of on an upswing again. NFL season right around the corner. I just discovered that if I break down UFC fights, that I can get this whole new fan base. So I'm feeling like an upswing towards the end of this year is in order. And I was looking at the state of the flat earth and noticing, you know, I'm like one of the last flat earth channels still intact and still standing. I could totally just like take over the whole fucking subject now that all the shills are essentially out of the way and there's only a few of them left standing who are obvious shills. So at this point, I can basically come in and and take over the flat earth subject, so to speak, and be like the main channel talking about it if I so desire. So that's why I was like, shit, you know, maybe I'll go back to the well with this flat earth topic and maybe breathe some life back into it now that the final experiment shill Duffy thing is in the rear view, and a lot of these shill channels flip-flopped or are no longer around, or they died. Right? There's a number of flat earth channels that supposedly died, right? Several flat earth creators, flat earth content creators died, supposedly. Some of them under mysterious circumstances. Rob Skiba. So yeah, man, this is a crazy world we live in. And this is a crazy job that I have. And it would be virtually impossible for me to navigate this mind fuck of a landscape without cracking a little bit once in a while. RY with a donation says, Morgan Freeman, if you trust me, that you will trust Jake, and he's 43, and Wanda Sykes is wrong. If you trust me because of the old movies that you've seen me in, how excellent of a job I did as an actor portraying an old, wise black man, then you'll trust me when I tell you to go out and get the vaccine. You need to do what's right to protect yourself and others. And please, stay 6 feet away from anyone who you might feel has not taken the vaccine already. Now that that's been said, you know you can trust me when I tell you Jake is 43. Now, if you trust me and you agree that Jake is 43, then you, me, and Wanda Sykes will all hit the thumbs up button right now. If you trust me and you got the vaccine and you agree Jake is 43, then right now you and me hit the thumbs up button. Jubilee. All right. That was getting weird. I don't even know where I was going with that. So yeah, that certain Morgan Freeman impression is actually based on something he really did. Morgan Freeman endorsed the vaccine, and he said that if you trust me, you'll go get the vaccine. So that's literally something that Morgan Freeman said, right? So some of you guys remember I did a parody video doing an impression of Morgan Freeman, mocking him back when he said that. It was back in like 2021, I want to say, back at the height of the COVID. So that's actually based on something Morgan Freeman actually did, right? There were a lot of people who really liked him that when he endorsed the vax, they were like, oh, fuck him now. Never going to watch any of his movies ever again. All right. Hanging Laundry with a donation says, Jake, can you comment on Hidden Figures movie? No, I can't because I haven't seen it. I stopped watching movies back in like 2010. So I have watched very few movies over the last decade and a half. Like I hardly ever have the urge to go back and watch a movie, and if I do, it's like an old movie that I know is funny, from the 90s or something. If I want to go back and get some nostalgic vibes, I might go back and watch an old 80s or 90s movie. But I have no desire or interest to watch anything. And so even though I know it contains like predictive programming and whatnot for what they're going to do to us in the future, I just don't care, and I don't want to watch it. I don't want to spend my time watching anything. And so it was somewhere around 2010 that I just stopped wanting to go to the theaters, stopped wanting to rent the DVDs. And then when everyone else in the world was like getting movies out of a red box, I just wasn't. So there were people like, oh, I'm going to go to Redbox and get all these movies, and then when the streaming, Netflix and all that came out, I remember getting Netflix and scroll. And I'd find old movies that I've already seen that maybe I'll go back and watch it. And there was a few TV shows that I watched on Netflix, but then eventually I got sick of paying the bill and I would hardly ever watch it. So I felt like it wasn't worth it. So I canceled off my Netflix, and now I don't have any streaming apps. I don't watch television whatsoever. And then, I only watch shit here on YouTube now, basically. So I haven't sat and watched a new movie in so damn long. And somebody made me watch a preview on Wednesday of some other movie, and it looked like it was interesting, like it would have some shit about the occult and some possible predictive programming and whatnot, but I honestly would rather just wait until the world stage fucking script writers and hoaxers. I just rather them just do whatever they're going to do, and then I'll figure it out and tell everyone how fake it is once they do it. I don't want to watch movies that they're putting out to see what they might do in the future. I just don't watch movies anymore. So anyway, I know that's a long-winded answer, but yeah, I have absolutely no interest to sit and watch a movie. It sounds like work that I don't even want to do. Big Money Bob with a donation says, birthday layup super chat. Thank you, Big Money Bob. I appreciate that, buddy. Whew, Shootsy scores. Thank you, brother. All right. And once I get through these, if these super chats ever end, I'm going to start talking about flat earth stuff. We'll talk about whatever channel you guys want. You guys can ask whatever happened to so-and-so, and we'll go look, right? So any and every content creator you guys ever want to talk about, I'll tell you what I think, and then I'll give you guys my current stance of what I think. And yeah, this is essentially the new modern day flat earth movement happening right here, right now, except I'm not a shill. So this is like the only real legit flat earth channel up and operating that's got a stream like this going and is talking about this right here. So yeah, guys, here we are, the new modern day 2026. This is the basically the front runners of the subject right now. Neil with the donation says, traveling to the moon is safer than a trip to town. Oh yeah, man. Those Apollo astronauts, they made it there and their spacesuits worked. Nobody's spacesuit accidentally ruptured. You would think that by now they would have a horror story about an astronaut spacesuit, not working and them dying instantly. And it would be like a tragedy, but no. Apparently all them spacesuits just work perfectly almost every time. So now that I said that, now they're going to have to script an astronaut tragically dying because of a spacesuit failure just to gaslight me and rub it in my face. RY says, Jake, I think Neil meant Jake don't crack, as in Jake doesn't get old and wrinkled. Oh, I thought he meant crack like mentally. Oh, well, either way, what I said was still cool, right? So about not mentally cracking, right? And going through your ups and downs. So I actually like what I said about that. And so I prefer him talking about mental cracking instead of me not getting old or wrinkled. But thank you, Neil, nonetheless, whatever you meant, bro. And thank you, RY, for an extra super chat, whatever he meant. All right. LaFleur from the LaFleur Network says, happy birthday, buddy. Thanks for a decade of truth, comedy, and music and entertainment, and giving me inspiration, motivation to do my brand of truth as a branch of truth scene. Thanks. Happy 43rd birthday. Hey, thank you, Davey D. Longtime supporter here. And I'm glad you got started with your channel. Hey, brother, so some constructive criticism. Sometimes when I've watched your video, you'll sit there watching some other person's video, not saying nothing for long periods of time. And so you might want to like try and add more of your own commentary in there. So there's some moments where you're just like watching other person's stuff. So we're watching you watch another person's video. And so you gotta keep people engaged. One of the hardest things to do is keep people's fucking attention. That's why you see me being so crazy and spastic all the time, is to try and keep everyone's fucking attention for 3 hours. So one of the hardest things to do is keep people's attention. So my constructive criticism, bro, is try and keep talking and talking about whatever it is that you're showing and making points about it, and making as interesting a points as you can to keep people from clicking away. Because the more time you can get people watching, the more that they'll recommend your shit. So there you go, buddy. Hopefully that helps you a little bit. James, is this Javid? Is this the James that is Javid? I think it is. He says, did you read the Odyssey in school? I don't know, probably. It doesn't ring a bell off the top of my head. When you say Odyssey, I think of the website that was like a BitChute type website that nobody really talks about or uses anymore. Right? So I can't remember. Maybe. I didn't like school and I didn't like reading. I learned to read pretty good, and I can still read pretty damn good, but I don't like to do it. Like, I don't read books, and I don't like reading books, and I didn't like it when I was a kid, but I was forced to do it, right? So I actually did it very proficiently. And whenever we had to read in front of the other kids, I was one of the better ones at reading how somebody talks rather than reading each word like this, right? So that's why when I read your super chats, I try and read it like a person talking rather than one word at a time. So yeah, when I was in school, man, a lot of kids, when they had to read in front of everybody, they would read like robots and shit. So yeah, it was something about having to spend a shitload of time just staring at words and being quiet that I didn't like. I always wanted to do something, get up out of my chair and do something physical. So yeah, I always thought that reading sucked donkey dick. And I still kind of do. Although, I have to read. It's part of my job. Lint Away Duct Cleaning says, watching you change my life. Thank you for all the content. Oh, well, thank you, brother. So I get a lot of great compliments from you guys. And last week I got a number of really great compliments for last week's stream. And when I watched the replay, I felt like I rambled on and didn't stay on topic that well. And I went on and on about these bands and stuff and these CIA bands. And so I thought that my last week's stream got a little I don't know, out there and off topic, but I got a number of compliments from you guys. And I guess it resonated with a bunch of you guys. So sometimes when I go back and watch the replay, I'm like, oh man, this isn't very good. But then you guys are in the comment section telling me that it was one of your favorite streams. And so tonight I wanted to stick to the flat earth topic. So once we get through these super chats, we'll just stay on the flat earth topic all stream long tonight. And hopefully you guys enjoy it like you did the last stream. So yeah, not everybody dug last week's stream, but a number of you guys, complimented me and said it was like one of your favorite streams. And so yeah, sometimes I go back and watch and I'm like, oh, I don't know about this one. I don't know if people are going to like it or not. But then the comments come in and you guys, like it more than I thought you did. So thank you for being here and enjoying this. Jonna says, in light of your birthday, could you perform your world famous beatboxing champion? We love you, Jake. All right, so this one is what, I don't know, like 5 years old or something. I think I created this bit I don't know, around 5 years ago or something. It's been a while. It's been a while. Let me see if I can remember how to do it. And I swear, we're going to be talking about flat Earth a lot tonight once I get through these super chats. If these super chats ever end. All right. So I don't know if you guys know this, but I've actually been banned from entering beatbox competitions because I actually won the International Beatboxing World Championship on 6 different occasions. So I won it so many times that they actually banned me the 7th time from performing because I had won so many times that all the other beatboxers were getting sick of me winning. So, in order to give someone else a chance at winning the International Beatboxing Championship, they told me I was no longer allowed to enter that championship or any of the other high-profile beatboxing championships anywhere else in the world. So, I was officially barred from the beatboxing circuit, if you will, because I was essentially so damn good that it ruined the art for everyone else. Because if I showed up, they instantly knew they were going to lose. They instantly knew the competition was over. So any prizes that were to be awarded, they knew that, like, me showing up, that the prize was going to go to me. So essentially, guys, if you get too damn good at doing any certain thing, and in this case for me, beatboxing, they'll eventually stop you from doing it in order to keep everyone else happy. So yeah, guys, what you're looking at is literally the greatest beatboxer you have ever laid eyes on in the world, times infinity. And not only that, I'm the greatest beatboxer who ever lived or who will ever live. So once I die, nobody will ever beatbox as good as yours truly. Now, I may be barred from international beatboxing competitions, but I am still free whenever I wish to do a demonstration of my beatboxing prowess, which is, again, the best you have ever seen times infinity. So, right here tonight, I was thinking, being it's going to be my birthday tomorrow, in some places in the world it's already my birthday. I was thinking, since Jonna here was so generous with this super chat, and because I'm feeling pretty damn good, I was thinking, I don't know, maybe perhaps I could do a little beatboxing for you guys here tonight, but only if you guys want me to. So what do you say? Would you guys like to see the greatest beatboxing you will ever witness in your fucking life right here, live, right now? Well, if you do, you're going to need to hit the thumbs up button. I'm going to need everybody here to hit the thumbs up button. And perhaps if enough of you hit the thumbs up button, I shall feel motivated enough to bestoweth upon you right here, right now, the greatest beatboxing you will ever witness times sextillion times infinity. But I'm going to need each and every one of you, all 300 of you watching, to hit the thumbs up right now. All right. Everybody. Yeah, you who's slacking on me. Hit the thumbs up, you freaking slacker. You expect the world's greatest beatboxer to just start beatboxing by a bunch of ungrateful swine who are too goddamn ungrateful to not even hit the thumbs up button? Not gonna happen. So I need each and every one of y'all to smack the thumbs up right here, right now, if you want me to be properly motivated enough to blow your freaking mind out of your asshole times infinity. All right. Now that I've officially got what I consider to be enough thumbs up, I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it right here, right now. I'm going to give you guys a demonstration of the greatest beatboxing you will ever witness. Are you ready? Let's begin. Ha! There you go. Ha! Pretty fucking good, huh? Best you've ever seen? Times infinity? I know. I was hoping you'd say that. Ta-da! Bum, ba, 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 ba. Thank you. Whew. All right. And we only lost like 50 people. Those 50 people who left, they were like, I thought he was going to talk about flat earth. And then he just started making all those stupid noises. Those people are the ones who missed out. All right. Hey, you know, it's an unscripted show. And it's my birthday. So I didn't know I was going to perform that bit tonight. But I know it's Jana's favorite bit that I do. And so I didn't want to let her down or anyone else down. So I went to town like Charlie Brown. Wow. You guys are such a wonderful audience. All right. Whew. Holy cowza. Got a MyTube Jesse. Very generous donation. Whew. Please allow me to catch my breath. It requires quite a bit of breath to do what I just did. And so therefore I'm kind of out of breaths because I done used so many of them just a minute ago. Whew. Anybody looking for a good cardiovascular workout, just try and redo what I just did there. All right. MyTube Jesse with a very generous donation says, you work hard and have a good time, man. Keep it up. Elon says, Jake the Awake is correct most of the time. Well, except for that time that he said that my Roadster wasn't actually in outer space. Well, clearly it looks so fake because of it's so real. And I suck at doing an Elon Musk impression. It's one of my shittier impressions that I do. But yes, Elon Musk, of course, back when he supposedly launched his cherry red Roadster into space, one of my most viewed videos of all time was me going, holy shit, can you believe people actually are stupid enough to think that Elon Musk sent his Tesla to space? People are fucking stupid, right? I just made a video like pointing at my computer screen saying that. And that's like one of my most viewed videos ever. I thought for sure that the world was going to wake up when they saw that stupid fake looking Tesla in space. I thought for sure the normies were going to snap out of it and be like, that's not real. But no, instead, he gave us that great line, well, you can tell it's real because it looks so fake. And I guess it did. I guess enough normies believe that it's real because it looks so fake. It blows my mind that hardly anyone remembers that. It's not looked at as like one of the fakest fucking things that ever happened in the history of fake space missions. It's hardly talked about, the old Tesla supposedly floating around in space to this day. And of course, I'm looked at as the crazy one if I go back and try and remind any of the sheeple that happened and that it didn't happen. All right, moving on. Thank you, my tube Jesse, for a very, very generous donation, sir. Art Hawk 333 says, happy birthday, Jake and Ralphie. Got Ralphie right over here. He'll make a quick appearance. Come here, Ralph. Come here. Ralph's right here. My beagle. There's my beagle, Bippy. Oh, you a good boy, Ralph. There's Roof Ralph. Hi, Ralphie. Look at that baby. Whenever I show him on camera in here, he always looks like so docile and tired. But when we're outside and walking, this dog springs to life and frolics, and he loves to run and he loves to play with other dogs. So yeah, I got lots of video of him when I went over to the beach last weekend. I got video of him playing with other dogs and running around on the beach. And when he gets on the beach, he digs. So the Ralphie that you guys see for just a few seconds on camera is not the same as when he's running around on the beach, let me tell you. Huh. All right. James says, no, you wait. Hold on. James with a donation says, have you ate Albanian food? Not that I know of. What is Albanian food known for? Like, what are they known for? Like, what type of meat do they usually cook? Or is it like a certain seasoning that they use that you consider it to be Albanian? Or does it just have to be made by Albanian people, right? So I'm going to say I don't think so. Off the top of my head, I don't know of any Albanian restaurants that I've ever eaten at, but perhaps at one point in my life, maybe somebody did offer me something, or I did eat something that could be considered Albanian. I don't know. Good question. Lint Away Duct Cleaning says, I hope NFL season gets you 100K subs. Well, thank you. It'll be close. I usually gain somewhere close to 10,000 subs in a NFL season if all goes well. So it'll be close. It'll either happen this season or next season, I guess. Jonathan Luna, longtime supporter here. Haven't seen him in chat for a few streams. Sending a very generous donation. And I actually met him at a Flat Earth Asshole meetup in Atlantic City in 2017. So I hit the road and did Flat Earth meetups. And that was back when the subject was like wildly popular. And there was this like grassroots following of people who wanted to go to Flat Earth meetups and stuff. So it was like some of the first Flat Earther meetups ever done, basically by a content creator. And so the meetups that I did predated the conferences, and they were free. And I was driving from one big city to the next and setting them up, within a day or two of me rolling into a city. So even without much promotion or without much help, I was still getting 20 people to show up, sometimes 30, 40 people. And then the one in Denver, that one got promoted and co-opted by some shills, and like 50 people showed up. But anyway, in Atlantic City, we probably had like, I don't know, maybe 10 people show up for that one throughout the night. And Jonathan was one of them and was a nice guy. And Yeah, I haven't been back to Atlantic City since then, so it's not the type of place many people want to go back to, but it was fun when I hung out there. All right. Nice to see you, Jonathan. Glad you're here, brother. Brian on Time says last week's stream was epic. Well, I'm glad you think so. If I could change one thing, I got a little bit off topic talking about the bands like a bit too much, and I didn't focus on Flat Earth enough. I should have stayed on topic with the Flat Earth stuff last week, but I got carried away with the band stuff. But the people who like music and rock bands and stuff like that thought it was amazing. So I guess it worked out either way. Lisa DeMoss says, need more cowbell. Oh my God, where's my cowbell? Got it around here somewhere. Oh, here it is. There you go. I think we're just about through all the super chats. If I missed any super chats, you guys let me know. Holy cow, you guys. That's so many super chats. I know it's my birthday and you guys are going to hook me up because of that and stuff. But man, that was so much support. And I feel the love coming from you guys. And man, I appreciate it. You know, I don't really have a group of friends to hang out with or much family left. So basically, you guys are my friend circle. You guys are my family at this point, you know. In fact, you give me more support and more joy than any of my other so-called real-life friends ever did. A lot of you guys, you know, or family for that matter. Fuck. So thank you guys for making this such a fun night for me. All right. Okay, so I'm thinking we could take a look around at the different Flat Earth channels. Like I already showed what was going on Eric Dubé's channel, and that I think he's like an AI character now. I don't think Eric Dubé runs this channel. I think they have AI running this channel. And until he does a live stream doing what I'm doing now and prove he's still in control there, well, then I'm going to assume that there ain't no Eric Dubé as many might think there is. So let's go check out and see what Math Powerland has been up to, because that was another channel that I used to watch back in 2015. So if we check out the video, one of my favorite videos from way back then, we'll look at who I thought Matt was and who I thought I was going to meet, but he wasn't that guy. All right. So I saw this routine a long time ago, like 2015. And I thought it was one of the coolest things I had ever seen. And I thought that this dude was a fucking genius just based on this one performance. And I automatically was intrigued with this subject and this style of performing comedy and like adding truth into your comedy routine. I had never thought to do anything like this. So this video right here was the reason why, part of the reason why I ended up deciding to make my own content.
From space. There it is. Since you were a kid, you've seen this image. But you've never seen it from that point of view. You've never seen that with your eyes from that scale of a model, that point of view, from outside of the planet's surface.
So simple. Oh, fuck, he's right. Right? You've never seen that with your own eyes. He's right. So I thought that this dude, when I first was watching, was brilliant. But once I got to meet him, I found out he wasn't really this guy. Somebody gave this to him.
But your brain has three-dimensionalized. Oh yeah, that's the Earth. How? Through repetition. Next image. How do we get to this point of the image? This is fucking funny. I think this is funny. Next image. Well, here's the first image that sold the whole thing. As you can see, that's clearly the universe. I mean, that's clearly the universe. I swear to God. I mean, there's the sun. I mean, I could recognize that thing. It's a bullseye. It's like a planet. It's an egg, whatever. But there you go. You got each rung, the whole thing. 1482. This is when they came up with this idea. We are going 26,000 miles around the sun. It's basically the model we accepted right now. I don't feel it's spinning 1,000 miles an hour right now. That's because of gravity. Oh, yeah, gravity? What's that? That's the thing you can't feel. Oh, yeah? Can you prove that in an equation?
So this was the first thing I remember seeing, was that and Eric Dubé's work. And I was like, holy shit. Everything I ever learned was wrong. Oh my God, right? So 2015, Eric Dubé and this fucker right here just blew my mind wide open, right? I was a musician playing at local open mics, right? And I liked playing in bands at the time, and I was just watching random conspiracy YouTube videos, and somebody talked about flat Earth like on Facebook, and I remember thinking that's retarded. But then I checked into it, came across this video and Eric Dubé's work, and holy shit, there's something to this, right? So part of the inspiration I had to start doing what I'm doing was because of that dude right there. But this is 2026 now. So now we're going to take a look at where are they now? Because this is flat Earth. Where are they now? We'll check it out. We can look and see where Matt Powerland is now. So there's two accounts here. I go to videos. He hasn't put anything out in 2 years. If I go to live, the last thing he put out was 9 months ago, and it's just him playing the worst guitar you've ever heard. For nobody. Live streaming for nobody. Maybe 2-3 people, and then playing like this the whole time. And the thing is, he bought a guitar like, I don't know, 8 years ago. And so when he first started, he sounded terrible like that. But then he never like watched any guitar tutorial videos. He never actually got better. He would just noodle around and make terrible out of tune noises live on stream. And then sometimes he would even try and sing. And then he would sometimes put on a computerized drum and play out of tune, out of time. But basically everything he ever did with a guitar sucked, and he sucked for years. And the last thing he did was suck on guitar live. So why would somebody choose to do this, getting 11 thumbs up and only 157 views, and he turns off the comments? Why would this guy who had this brilliant fucking comedy routine where he exposed that the Earth was flat, how could he degenerate into this? So when people ask me, hey, where's Matt? What's he up to? It's like, you can go look him up. Just like I can look him up. This was the last thing he did.
Now in a different direction. Stop that right there. Wow, wow.
Yeah, so let's see what the other channel is. Because there was 2 Math Powerland channels. So his original channel, the NASA channel, got taken down. But he had these other 2 channels as backups. So why didn't he do what all the other creators do and just continue and re-upload all your old shit and continue on? All right, so he had these other 2 channels. Let's see what the other one looks like. Videos. A year ago, and it's him doing this.
And for that reason, anyone who tries to touch me to create distance between myself, the father, and my son is a pedophile and a child.
Oh, great. So there's that from a year ago. Only 300 views. And then on the live streams, it's the same thing.
Like go around like, you know.
Nobody in the chat. Yeah. So there you go. People ask me what happened to Matt. Just type his name in and go look. So I would say that he's basically irrelevant. Hasn't uploaded anything on either of his channels in minimum 9 months. And in YouTube, that's essentially means that you are done. And then anything that he has uploaded, it got hardly any views, and he turns off the comments on most of them. So I would say that Matt is pretty much completely irrelevant, and a lot of people forgot about him. So there's people who maybe came into believing that the earth is flat over the last few years, 5 years, 6 years, who might not have ever seen Matt, might not even know who he was or what he ever did. But he was at one time one of the biggest channels putting out content talking about the earth not being a globe at one time. But as you saw, he's fallen off completely. So James, I think this is Javid, says Tave Kosi, Tave do are Albanian traditional dishes. I also had frog legs. Okay, so I've never heard of either of those, and I'm probably pronouncing them wrong. So no. And I've never had frog legs either. I would try them, but I've just never actually been to a place that has them and ordered them. Never been around anybody who made me try them either. So yeah, I'm going to say no, that I'm an Albanian food virgin, most likely. Like an Albanian food virgin. Woo! Eaten for the very first time. All right. Raw onions, says Jake. Jake, you have continually blown my mind out of my asshole on a regular basis. All new tech is an antique tech and used to have free energy sources. Yeah, I believe that the tech we're being allowed to use is old and outdated compared to what the people at the tippity top have, they may be 1,000 years out in front of us with the tech that they have, just slowly dripping it to us, artificially changing our thoughts of what we think the current technology is. Like, we think that we know the rate at which technology is progressing, but if it's already all been invented 1,000 years ago, then we really have no idea what rate technology actually does progress. See what I'm saying? So they've effectively, they've artificially progressed our technology. And in doing so, they artificially progressed our notion of how fast technology progresses. It's hard to explain that, but I think I said that right. So that means we don't really know how fast they invent those little tiny computer chips that are so powerful. We don't know. We think that they're just coming up with newer, smaller, more powerful computer chips just so fast. So we think we know the rate that this tech is being invented. But if they're slowly dripping this technology to us and it was invented a long, long time ago in another place far away, or if this already happened several times in the past thousands of years ago and we're just living through a recreation of something that's already happened, then yeah, man, our whole notion of the rate at which the technology progresses is just most likely completely wrong. Thank you, Raw Onions, for the donation, sir. I appreciate that. Glad to hear your mind's continually being blown out your asshole by yours truly. Also, Raw Onion says, happy birthday. We all love you. No homo, Jake. Oh, thank you very much, brother. I'm feeling the love tonight. There's a lot of love going on tonight, and you guys are awesome for showing all this support to me. And I've only begun, talking about the flat earth tonight. I've only covered just a little bit. The support is just off the hook tonight. You guys are great. RY says, Alex Jones. Oh, he wants me to do an Alex Jones impression, I think. Happy birthday, Jake, you goddamn globalist. So emotional about you. All right.
Folks, there are very few individuals who can handle the stress of this industry, telling the truth to the people. And folks, I want to wish a very, very special happy birthday to one of the most special goddamn globalists out there that I know of. I want to give this special shout out right now to a very special host. It's very special. In fact, this moment is so special. I feel myself very emotional right now. I might just cry. Might just start breaking out in tears at any moment. In fact, feeling a little queasy. Can't decide if I want to puke or if I want to cry. So if at any point I start bawling and puking, folks, it's because I have this very emotional attachment right now. I want to sing happy birthday to a very special man. This one's going out to you, Jake the Awake. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, goddamn friggin' globalist. Happy birthday to Hillary friggin' Clinton.
All right, there you go. Getting a little crazy tonight, but it's my party, and I'll cry like Alex Jones if I want to. All right. You guys still having fun? Who's having fun? Hit the thumbs up. Hit the thumbs up. All right, so we took a look at what's going on with Eric Dubé's channel, AI, it looks like. And then we took a look at what's going on with Matt Powerland's channel. Nothing. Okay, so those were the two guys I used to watch a long time ago. That's where they're at in 2026. Now let's take a look at another guy who was around back then. We'll take a look at Mark Sargent. How about that? We'll see what he's up to these days. All right. So Mark Sargent, who I believe is a total shillbag. I believe Mark Sargent is a pretend flat earther. He pretends to be a flat earther, just like Jaron pretended to be a flat earther, except Mark Sargent is more used for TV interviews. He's got this like self-deprecating thing to where he'll go on and repeat this same spiel that he's done a million times on TV, and the TV producers like him because he's easy to work with, and he's gonna give his controlled spiel, and they know they can ask him questions and talk about this topic, and he's going to give the government approved flat earth answers, and he's not going to go outside the government approved flat earth topic boundaries, right? So Mark is there to be a flat earther for the normies. He's like a figurehead flat earther. So any normie who looks into this, they can be like, I want to see an actual flat earther, what they look like. Oh, well, I'm Mark Sargent. I'm an actual flat earther. From a video game standpoint, the earth does seem to be flat. And I remember after researching 9/11, you know, I heard about flat earth and it came across my desk, and I thought it was the most ridiculous thing I'd ever heard. And I thought I would debunk it in a matter of minutes. And well, here I am over a decade later. I still can't debunk. So he repeats that same fucking spiel every time he does one of his television interviews, or whenever he goes and does an interview with some shill, you know. Mark Sargent ties back to Dave Weiss. He still ties back to Dave Weiss. He ties back to Jaronism, who flip-flopped on the flat earth topic. And Mark Sargent will tell you that Jaron got paid off when he went to Antarctica. So Mark Sargent will tell you there's no such thing as a shill. Nobody's a shill. And that Jaron just sold out when he went to Antarctica. So Mark has always pushed that he's not a shill, nobody's a shill, and anybody who wants to call him a shill and talk about him, they're just helping get the message of flat earth out. So you can make a video calling Mark a shill all day long, and he'll show up to the comment section and he'll have this like copy and pasted comment. Thank you for talking about the flat earth. You're actually helping more people discover this topic. Right? So he doesn't even give a shit if you call him a shill. Like he's used to it, and just continues doing his fucking shill job. So he's got this like goofy demeanor where like he's different than the other flat earth content creators. So he makes the subject appear to be goofy and stupid. And he doesn't actually even talk about the subject really. So like here it is in his thumbnail. Like he's got the flat earth in the thumbnail. But if we watch, there's no flat earth information.
The boundary of human achievement.
I avoid cards whenever possible.
Really? You didn't grow up liking it?
Not really. No, like not games of chance. Well, remember, by the time I got in, being Gen X, I was into.
So whenever I tune in and check out what Mark Sargent's doing, he's talking to this flamer-looking shill dude, who also, if you call him a shill, he sticks up for Mark in every single shill in the book. So this DJ Curious guy, if you say anything about Dave Weiss, he'll glaze David Weiss and tell you that you're wrong. So this is another guy who sticks up for every shill in the book. So according to Mark, nobody's a shill. And according to DJ Curious, nobody's a shill. And when you tune in and listen to these guys, it's just like a topical time-wasting talk show. They don't break down psyops. Whatever is going on in the news, like they don't really break it down and talk about how it's scripted or being staged or fake. Instead, they just like waste time talking about nothing, nonsense.
I mean, I started out with board games, of course, in the 70s, but then I got into computer games and then never looked back. I mean, come on. Once you're into, I mean, my first system was a ColecoVision. If any Gen Xers out there.
See, here they are talking about video games and shit. And this isn't just an isolated example. I'm not cherry picking. I can go to any stream of his and go to any moment, and they're most likely just going to be talking about some dog shit. Right? So I would argue that a real channel like mine, if I'm not talking about the earth being flat, well, I'll talk about some other psyop. I'll be exposing something else. Right? So I might be exposing sports or exposing politics or exposing that the latest shooting was staged. But so I'm usually exposing something, exposing some dirty scammer shill. Whereas these guys don't ever expose anything, ever. So that's my main argument about Mark Sargent, my main proof. He never breaks down any psyops. Him and his host just, oh, ColecoVision. Oh, did you hear about Katy Perry? We're like Regis and Kelly of the flat earth. We're just going to talk about topical bullshit. Ooh, right? Just fucking time wasting garbage. And he's got this like doofus fucking look on his face always. So yeah, Mark Sargent, in my opinion, total shill. Now, I didn't just come to that conclusion based on that. He was in the hit piece documentary Behind the Curve. That's the main thing. He was in the hit piece documentary. Well, what's a hit piece documentary? Behind the Curve is a hit piece documentary. It makes the subject of being a flat earth believer look like you're a retard. And that was the whole goal of the hit piece documentary. Have these actors pretend to be flat earthers, make the subject look like it's for retards. So Mark is a main character in that documentary. So yeah, Mark Sargent, total fucking shillbag. Anybody who sticks up for him is either a useful idiot or a shill. So that would include IPS, Tim Osman, who had Mark Sargent on his stream and kissed his ass and told his audience that Mark wasn't a shill. So I showed up to IPS's stream unannounced, called in and grilled the fuck out of him and said, yes, Mark Sargent is a shill. And you're looking pretty shilly, Tim IPS, for vouching for Mark Sargent. That's right. So yeah, anybody want to try and vouch for Mark Sargent? Then you're vouching for the guy who was in the hit piece documentary Behind the Curve. And he was also a speaker and a main host at many of the conferences, those controlled conferences. And so he'll lie and tell people, oh, when Logan Paul showed up, I got really angry and I left. It's like, dude, you were the host at a conference where Logan Paul showed up. Of course, you're going to pretend like you're not happy and leave. That's like saying a professional wrestler was unhappy about the announcement early in the night, and the professional wrestler got angry and left. So yeah, Mark Sargent was the host of the controlled flat earth conferences, and one of them where Logan Paul showed up to troll everybody. Mark had to pretend he was angry and didn't know that that was going to happen, and then he left. So he'll be like, I'm not a shill. I got angry when Logan Paul showed up, so you can trust me. Looks like I got a super chat that just came in from Raw Onions. He said, what year did people think it was in BC times? They knew when Jesus was going to be born. Also, what happened in 1 BC? What was going on? So here's my thing. Anything that happened before I was born? I don't know. Don't know if I trust any stories about anything that happened before I was born. And since I have found that the people in control, they lie about space missions and this thing that I'm living on, well, then they also lied about history as well. And so anytime I start going back and looking into historical events and I find things like, dinosaurs, evolution, well, then that means I have to throw all their fucking timeline out the window, right? Like millions of years ago, long before man ever walked on the earth, there were huge reptilian creatures walking around here. It's like, let me stop you right there. I can't verify that. So therefore, any number that you assign to whatever was going on back then, I'm just going to assume it was bullshit. right? So what was going on in the year 1? Probably get as truthful of an answer as what was going on in 3000 BC or what was going on millions of years ago, right? Whenever anybody starts a sentence with, well, millions of years ago, then you know what else is going to come out of their mouth is going to be bullshit and that they have no idea. They just think they know. So yeah, man, I was born in 1983. So anything that happened in 1982 or prior, I don't know, man. I wasn't there. I don't trust anyone or anything unless I can see it on tape, right? So if I go back and look at a video performance of a band playing certain songs in 1982, I'll be like, all right, I believe that definitely happened because I'm watching a video of them playing and it looks legit. But when it comes to stuff like, the Sphinx or the pyramids and when that shit was built, I ain't trusting their dates. Hell no. When some of them old buildings were created and whatnot, I don't trust them or their dates. Hell no. Thank you, Raw Onions, for the super chat, my brother. Much love. All right, so when I first got started watching Flat Earth content, Matt Powerland at the NASA channel, Eric Dubé, and Mark Sargent were like the top 3 names. And then Jeranism was also one of the top 3 names. So let's go ahead and take a look and see what Jeranism has been up to. And you guys who've been following my channel, well, you already know what I had to go through in my back and forths with this content creator. And it just so happens he's uploaded some new content. Let's see what Jeranism is up to these days. The only flat earther who went to Antarctica, saw a 24-hour sun, and flip-flopped back to the globe. The only one in the whole world who supposedly went to Antarctica, funded by Pastor Christian Will Duffy, allegedly, saw the 24-hour sun in Antarctica, decided to admit he was wrong, flat earther, supposedly for 10 years, now a devout glober and a devout debunker of the flat earth, except he hasn't really put out any content or done anything in a long time, except very recently. So he recently uploaded 3 videos, but the last time he did a live stream 5 months ago. So basically his channel's mostly inactive. And his latest video from 2 days ago, he's saying that the Challenger accident hoax was real, you guys. So out of all the things that Jaron could post about on his channel, 2 days ago, he posted that the Challenger hoax is real.
It was as a
What is up, TikTok? It's Jaron from Jaronism. I'm here to talk to you about the Challenger accident. Or was it a hoax? Well, as a former flat earther, I used to believe the entire thing was a hoax. Why? Well, it fit my space's fake narrative, and I didn't do real research. Okay, so flat earthers think that this Challenger accident didn't happen and these astronauts are still alive. So apparently they think that they've solved this Challenger disaster, right? Not with evidence, just by pointing at some people who kind of look alike when 2 of them have twin brothers. But I want to talk about a specific one. I want to talk about this girl in the upper right here. This is Judith Resnick. Okay, flat earthers will tell you that astronaut Judith Resnick did not die in 1986. Nope, she secretly became a Yale law professor because they both have dark hair and a similar face. Now, can you imagine faking your death in front of millions of people and then keeping the same name? Of course not. Why? Because nobody would do that. Now, here's some Judith Resnick around 1986. Okay, you can see she's the astronaut. She's good looking. She's attractive. Now, here's the Yale professor. I can see the resemblance a little bit, right? Same person, they say. Well, you may have seen this side-by-side comparison, or you might look at her now and say that's definitely her. Here's an image somebody made claiming that the law professor died in the Challenger accident. Or maybe you've seen the thickest flat earther do one of these very scientific face comparisons. Oh my God, her eyes and nose and mouth line up. She wondered. Yes, 1 year after the Challenger. And she already looks exactly like, well, herself. Not like Judith Resnick, the astronaut, the attractive astronaut. Not at all. It's not even close. Okay, this isn't evidence. It's just flat earthers lying to people and hoping nobody checks.
All right, so guys, Jaron didn't just go to Antarctica, see the 24-hour sun, and then decide that Earth is a globe. No. He comes back and then automatically decides, now I need to go back and look at the moon landing again. Oh, gee, you guys, it turns out I was wrong about the moon landing. It's real. And then he started saying every space mission is real. Then he said that Katy Perry went to space and that you're retarded if you don't believe Katy Perry went to space. So he's the only example of somebody who not only flip-flopped on the flat earth belief, but then decided every single space mission is real, and he's going to be a staunch debunker. So one of the main flat earth content creators went so far the opposite way that a few days ago, now he's making content that the Challenger explosion is totally real and flat earthers are lying. How about that, huh? He's the only one in the world who's went that far the other way, right? So there's no other example of a flat earther going back to the globe and then believing every single space mission is real and becoming a public debunker. So Jaron's literally the only example of that. And guys, when I said he was a shill back in 2017 and warned people that he was faking it and that he wasn't legit, I lost so many subs. I had people say that I was trying to ruin the flat earth cult community and that I was some shill trying to undermine the flat earth movement and that I was trying to ruin the flat earth movement by causing division. That was the story. Jake, you're causing division in the flat earth. You guys, unsubscribe from Jake. He's causing division. He's saying that Jaron and Eric Dubé are shills. We must unsubscribe. And guess what happened? I lost tens of thousands of subs because I told the truth that Jaron was a fucking actor and shill way back in 2017. And a lot of people, their life was wrapped up in this subject so much, and they were subscribed to all these channels that they couldn't admit Jake's right and that they were following a bunch of fucking shills and that the whole thing was a controlled rollout. So you know what they did? They threw me under the fucking bus. Most all of them. And only a select number of hardcore subs stuck with me. Some of them are still here today. In fact, a few of them have donated. So there's some people who stuck with me way back when I was essentially thrown under the bus by the entire flat earth cult community almost. Like 80% of them motherfuckers were ready to throw me under the bus and call me the infiltrator. Call me the shill. And they would suck Eric Dubé off in the comments section and suck Jaron off and point at me like I was the bad guy for causing all this division. And then all these years later, Jaron proves that he is a shill and was an actor. Now, how many people decided to come back and say, Jake, I apologize for what I did and said to you back in 2017. You were totally right. Only a handful, like a dozen or so, actually admitted, Jake, you were right about these dudes way back when you said they were shills. So some people did show up and actually have enough integrity to admit that they got duped by these shills and that they were sorry. But most of them, nope. They either still follow some of these shills to this day, or they maybe just stop fucking following the subject altogether, right? So at one time, there was a gigantic amount of, a lot of people, let's say, that were following the subject and vocal about it and talking about it in the comment sections and whatnot. There was this online community. The problem was it was an infiltrated cult community being led by shills mostly. And so when a real dude like me came along and exposed the whole thing, well, I couldn't get everyone to accept it. And I'm still, to this day, telling people the truth about what happened, and still people don't want to accept it. There's still people who are going to take Eric Dubé's side, or take Mark Sargent's side, or take even ODD's side. Speaking of ODD, you guys remember ODD? Actually, before we move on to ODD, let me play a quick video clip so I can use the restroom, because I gotta pee. I've been drinking this water. So let me put on a quick clip, and then I will resume, and we'll see whatever happened to ODD. Matthew Prosella. And I'll catch up on any super chats as well. All right. So this is a video that I planned on showing later tonight called My Current Stance on the Flat Earth Topic. And it's still relevant, even though I made this back in August 2024. So this is about 2 years old exactly. This was just before Jaron flip-flopped on the flat earth. He said out of his mouth that he's going to say that the earth cannot be flat. He revealed what he was going to do. So I called him out 6 months in advance before he made the flip. Still had people tell me, Jake, you're wrong. No, Jake, Jaron would never flip.
People are freaking out because I think it's the way you said something and that I don't agree with, and which is, if you see a clear sun, circling around, and we know, and it wasn't faked, you made it sound like you're going to say the earth is a globe.
I'm going to say that the earth cannot be flat. I'm going to say that the earth cannot be flat.
I'm going to say that the earth cannot be flat.
What's up, guys? Jake here. And today I am going to be taking it back to where it all began, the flat earth topic. That's right, my very first video I ever made back in 2016. Wow, time flies. It was called Flat Earth Popular Questions. I had no idea I was going to become a professional YouTuber, but here I am. The year is now 2024. So people are now asking, well, what is your current stance with the flat earth? So I am going to dedicate this video into catching everyone up and letting everyone know my current stance with the flat earth topic. So first off, I am not a globe believer. I do not believe in the globe model at all. I do not believe in the concept of outer space. I do not believe in the concept of an infinite space vacuum. I do not believe in space missions. I do not believe in any sort of space exploration done by any sort of government. And yes, that does include SpaceX, Blue Origin, and etc. I don't believe in a globe because it is provably wrong. I don't believe in an AE map with a singular circling sun and a singular circling moon because it is provably wrong.
All right. So we'll get back to this in just a little bit. I want to look at a few more content creators who were huge back in the day, who are no longer around, and show everybody the state of flat earth in 2026. And then we'll get back to what I currently think the model might be. We'll get back to that. But first, got a super chat from True Metal Jake. Says, happy birthday, Jake. I challenge you to a wiener measuring contest. Okay, so he's kidding. And at one time, Jaron, who, I just showed, did actually challenge me to a wiener measuring contest. And the stipulation was that loser was going to leave YouTube. And I declined because that's fucking gay and really weird, right? And I'm not going to participate in something like that. And so when I declined, yeah, Jaron gloated like he had just like proved to everybody that I was some tiny wiener chicken or something. But yeah, there was a time where Jaron was directed by his handlers to, I guess, challenge me to this pecker measuring contest. And of course, I declined. And then I used that footage of him challenging me to embarrass him. And I also used footage of him admitting that his wife cheated on him to embarrass him. So I ran Jaron through the cleaners many, many times. We went back and forth. He would make a video slandering me. I would make a video telling the truth about him. And the truth that I would tell about him hit a lot harder than any of the slander he ever said about me. So we went back and forth, and I'm still standing here. Whereas Jaron, shit, he can barely get 1,000 views talking about the Challenger explosion being real. So if you look at the state of his channel, where are they now? Yeah, he was an actor who I proved was a fucking shill. And then he proved to everyone beyond a shadow of a doubt, he totally is a shill. So back when I used to tell people about these shills, people would say, oh, I don't believe in shills. I don't believe Jaron's a shill. I don't believe Mark's a shill. I don't believe Eric's a shill. Jake, you just call everyone a shill and you say you're the only one who's not a shill. So now that the cards have been shown, right? Jaron proved what he is. Now I can say, see, I was right. He was a shill. He was a pretend flat earther. And he flip-flopped and went back to the globe. And now he's taking the stance that every fucking space mission is real. That means for sure he was an actor, which means I was right, which means there are actors who pretend to be flat earthers to ruin the credibility of the subject. I ain't a fucking actor. That's why I'm still here doing this right now. So, there were many years where people dismissed the notion of shills. No, you're just trying to cause division, man. So it took Jaron like completely flip-flopping, not only on the flat earth, but on the moon landing and Katy Perry and every space mission in order for me to be like, look, see, I told you they were shills. So yeah, man. Shills are real. There are people who are hired to pretend to be conspiracy theorists or pretend to be flat earthers, right? And there's a hired gatekeeper in front of like every major conspiratorial subject. Thank you, True Metal Jake, for the donation, buddy. And one from James Javid says, did you ever bump into Jaron at a pharmacy? He used to be a manager at Walgreens. No, it was CVS. Frog legs taste like chicken and whitefish. So he lived near, well, not that much near me, but he lived in California over like towards the Bay Area. I was in the Valley. And then he currently, I think he lives in a house in Merced. So I don't know his address, but I'm pretty sure he lives in Merced still. And so last I heard, he resides in Merced, which is the Central Valley of California. And so the story goes that he was a CVS manager and that he got into Bitcoin and crypto and that he ran some sort of crypto scams and made a shitload of money in crypto illegally. And so this is as the story goes, that Jaron got busted and that in a high profile crypto scheme, and that he was offered a position as a pretend flat earther, as like a controlled criminal working off their sentence. So he's so basically a criminal working with authorities, working as a pretend flat earther and doing recon work for them. And so that's like essentially how he was going to work off, I'm guessing, part of his sentence. A compromise criminal. That's what I was looking for. So I truly believe, I swear, if gun to my head, if you were to ask me what was up with Jaron, I think he was a compromised criminal that got caught in a big crypto scheme, and they gave him an offer to be a fake flat earther and put on this act. And so to avoid this long, lengthy prison sentence, that's probably why Jaron was a fake flat earther for 10 years. And he was always promoting crypto along the way, setting up a crypto class and whatnot. And there was a few other flat earthers that he ran with who also promoted crypto schemes. We can get to them later. One of them being Patty Steer, D Marble. RY with a donation says Richie from Boston and oh yeah, you want me to do Richie from Boston and Roseanne. All right.
So as you know, Rosie and I have been moving a tremendous amount of these organic Bible vape juice cartridges. And that is, of course, because it is the only known cure for the Chinese nano AIDS, which, of course, come from the Chinese nano drones, which, of course, have been implanted into your anus without you knowing. And the only way you're ever going to get rid of the Chinese nano drones from deep within your anus is by vaping my 100% organic Bible vape juice. Now you're going to want to use this promo code Jake's 43rd birthday down below, and you're going to get 43% off my organic Bible vape juice cartridges. This is the biggest sale we have ever ran, and it is, and of course, because of Jake's birthday, we are celebrating. So we're making these cartridges available for one night only, 43% off. All right, you get $66 and free shipping and handling. So you're going to want to order right now with the promo code down below. After tonight, this sale is going to disappear forever. At any rate, I digress. This is Richie from Boston. Like, share, and subscribe, or don't. I'm out.
Yeah, we've been selling so many vape juice cartridges that we should be getting the Nobel Peace Prize, because we've been alleviating people's ass from Chinese nano AIDS. Darling, get down here and vape some of the Chinese nano vape jazz for your ass.
Almost forgot to add Rosie to the impression. I did a bunch of Richie from Boston and was going to wrap it up, and then I realized I forgot to add Roseanne. So there you go, bro. All right. Got a very generous super chat who wants Roseanne sings happy birthday. Oh, shit. We're going to chase off as many people as possible with this one, aren't we?
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Jake the Awake. Happy birthday to you. And many more. That was pretty fucking good. Don't even fucking lie and say that wasn't good. That was one of the best damn fucking Roseanne singing happy birthday impressions you're ever going to hear, you fucking commies. All right, there you go. Now, I know to some people that's like nails on the chalkboard, and then to other people that's like the funniest shit they've ever heard. So to those out there who did not enjoy that, I'm sorry. No more Roseanne tonight, all right? But for those out there who enjoyed it, you're welcome. There you go. I'm sorry, and you're welcome. Right. I'm sorry for being your welcome, okay? All right. I bet they heard that singing all the way in the past Antarctica. That's right.
Okay. Oh yeah. ODD. Who remembers ODD, right? With his backwards hat. I think I got one around here somewhere. I thought I did. Damn it. All right. I have my fittest flat earther parody hat somewhere around here. I was going to put it on backwards and then pretend to be ODD, but I can't remember where I put it. Anyway. Oh, well, I guess. I think it might be out. I can't remember where I put it. Anyway. So I guess we're going to have to skip the part where I put on a backwards hat and pretend to be ODD. Anyway, let's take a look at ODD's channel and see when the last time he uploaded something. ODD TV. All right, so if we check out ODD's channel, see what he's been up to. This used to be one of the biggest flat earth content creator channels at one time. 2017, this guy was huge. Let's see what he's done lately. Nothing in 5 years. So level documentary from 5 years ago is the last thing posted live, or I mean last video posted, and then the live stream tab he took down completely. So that means he removed all of his live streams. But I got some good memory, and I remember the last live stream that he did. It was with Dave Weiss and Eddie Bravo. That's right. ODD, Dave Weiss, and Eddie Bravo did a stream together. And it didn't even get that many people to watch. They only got like 13,000 views. So it wasn't even like that gigantic of a stream. And they were hawking Dave Weiss's app. And at the time, ODD seemed like he didn't even want to be there. He seemed like he didn't want to do it. He was staring at his phone while Dave was hawking his app. And then they had Eddie Bravo show up and ramble on. So, yeah, he did have a bunch of live streams that he's done over his entire YouTube career, but he took them all down. So we can only go off of memory. But I remember him and Dave Weiss and Eddie Bravo. That was like one of the last streams that he did. So he took down all of his streams, hasn't uploaded a video in 5 years. But last year, I remember finding this. The Denver PD wanting to know if, or Denver PD posting that Matthew Priscilla was arrested and federal charges are pending. He's tied to a July 25th robbery exactly 1 year ago. July 25th robbery of a bank. So, dude robbed a bank, apparently. So if I type in Matthew Priscilla on Google, that's how I find this information. And it looks like a few different websites have the same information. So I type in Matthew Priscilla. You can Google it along with me. Remember this guy? We got him, Matthew Priscilla. Federal charges pending for a bank robbery. New York Post. Bank robbers are turning blue state into hotspot for heists. 41-year-old Matthew Priscilla. Suspect fled with $1,000. Pacer Monitor, USA versus Priscilla, Colorado District Court. Did the Flat Earth influencer ODD TV get arrested for bank robbery? right? So apparently, dude is in prison for robbing a bank. Now, I don't know, how legit these sites are, but they're all reporting the same thing. And since he ain't uploading on his channel and hasn't uploaded in a long time, that's, I don't know, most likely what happened to him. So it seems like the dude is in prison for robbing a bank. But here's the deal. Before that, he has many, many other prior charges and many other prior arrests on his record, including sex offender. Matthew Purcella, ODD, was a registered sex offender, and he admitted this. So it's not just some rumor or anything I'm making up. So back when he was popular, he admitted it. Furthermore, he's got these Masonic evil tattoos, and let me show you some pictures. There's some symbolism on the clothing he would wear. And then there was these pictures with this certain individual he was with who, well, use your imagination. Right? So there was a time where this guy was huge and people used to glaze him, right? There were all these flat earth fanboys who wanted to suck him off. And if anyone said anything about him being a sex offender or a shill, you'd get your head bitten off. Stop it. What was that? What are you barking? So yeah, there was a time where after he admitted that he was a sex offender, anyone like starting to look at him sideways or start to wonder about, his legitimacy, there was this whole swarm of people who would have his back and they would throw you under the bus in favor of him, right? So after he admitted that he was... Stop. Hey, shh, stop it. Be quiet. It's just people outside. My dog's barking at people outside who are opening and slamming the door. It's okay. They're not going to get you. It's okay. So yeah, there was a time that this guy admitted he was a sex offender, and everyone's like, "It's okay, we still support you. We love you." So he totally admitted that, and everybody was in his camp. Nobody cared. And then it was like years later, he got with this individual here who, use your imagination, that doesn't look like a regular female to me, right? And then he takes these pictures with this person over and over again. Look at this. I mean, does this look like a regular female to you? So there was one point where he did this live stream where he said he needed money because he had crashed his car. He went to go see his girlfriend and crashed his car, and he needed money. And then he got donations, and then he took down that stream. So another thing about him taking down his streams, he has milked his audience in the past for donations by giving them a sob story about crashing his vehicle on his way to see his girlfriend. And of course, he's taken all that down. So no uploads in 5 years. Takes down all his live streams. You got the symbolism on his shirts and tattoos and whatnot. The Masonic symbolism and shit that he would wear. And then the fact that he's a sex offender makes me think that he was like in a similar program as Jaron. Makes me think that he was a compromised criminal. Oh, let's get this hoodlum sex offender to be one of the leaders of the flat earth rollout. We'll get all these people to follow a fucking compromised criminal sex offender. And they did, by the thousands. And anyone like me who, doesn't have that sort of background and isn't compromised, yeah, if I pointed it out, you know what would happen? Jake, you're causing a division in the flat earth community. Fuck you, Jake. ODD's awesome. You're causing division. Yeah. Imagine losing thousands of subscribers for pointing at that individual and saying, hey, I don't trust this guy. Seems like he might be a compromised criminal pushing some debunked bullshit in the controlled flat earth rollout. Fuck you, Jake. I'm unsubscribing from you for causing division. Yeah. So if you guys ever wonder why back then, why I flipped the fuck out and I lost my cool so many times, it's because I was trying to point out the truth. And I kept getting people fucking kicking the dirt in my face. You're causing division for picking on poor, innocent ODD. We love ODD in his backwards hat and his raps. We don't care if he's a sex offender, Jake. So fuck you. That's how I was treated over and over again. People weren't like, thank you for exposing ODD, Jake. Thank you for exposing Eric Dubé, Jake. Thank you. No. Every time I did, I would lose thousands of subs to where it would demotivate me and make me feel shitty. People don't want to hear the truth. People are turning on me. Maybe I should stop doing this. And I almost did. In 2019, I was singing in nursing homes, not hardly making any content, and I almost gave it up for life. All because of how many people fucking turned on me when I pointed out the shills. The flat earth thing, being thrown under the bus by a bunch of fucking shills. People who said that they loved me and my content turn on me, say that I was a shill causing division, just because I pointed out that these guys were liars and fakers. So I almost gave up for good back in 2019. And if it wasn't for the convid in 2020 taking my same job, I might have never come back to do this full time. So there's one guy who can still tell this story of all these people and what really went down, and you're looking at him. None of the other shills can tell you the whole story about what went down, because then they would out themselves as being a fucking shill. They'd have to lie to you. So I'm currently the only one who can remember all of this and retell the story of what happened all those years ago. So if you ever wonder why I act the way I do, it's because I've been through a lot of shit on this channel. And I've put up with a lot of shit just trying to tell the truth as best I can. And that's to be expected and all. But back then, if you said anything wrong about Eric Dubé, oh my God, you just went against the Lord of Flat Earth. If you say anything wrong about sex offender ODD, people would be like, dude, I'll fight you and take your life if you say anything about my boy ODD. There were people who had threatened to kill me because I said I don't trust these motherfuckers. Got a donation from RY. Wants Eddie Bravo and Cheech debating flat Earth.
That's why I was trying to tell my buddy Joe, like, Joe, you know, Earth is flat, man. Like, you know, it's like the Illuminati are lying to us, man. You think I'm crazy, man? One of the reasons I don't even like to go on Joe's show is because, like, he doesn't realize, like, the Illuminati, man, they're lying about the flat Earth, man. Yeah, man, I know what you're talking about, man. It's like, he's always trying to talk about the flat Earth, man. But let me tell you what, you know, like, one time I went to Antarctica, man, and I saw that the sun went in a circle and shit, man. So I know that, like, I'm on like a flying, like, bear ride. You know what I'm saying? Like I went down south to Antarctica, man. I saw the sun go in a circle. So that's how I know it's a good, man. No, man, Cheech, you're getting confused by the Illuminati, bro. The Illuminati got you all fucked up. Nah, man, they got you fucked up, man. I think you sound like you took too many acid, man. Man, no, Cheech, man, no, yeah, just a love machine, and that don't work for nobody but you.
There you go, Eddie Bravo and Cheech. So, yeah, they kind of sound the same, don't they? Taxman says, remember your vid about tucking in your ears in the hat? Oh yeah. Yeah, the guys who tuck in their ears into their hat. Yeah. Right. There are those guys that wear baseball hats and they tuck their ears in like this. I always thought it was fucking stupid looking. Yeah. Those guys who tuck their ears into their hats. Like, I don't want people to think that I'm stupid. And if I leave my ears out, I look like a doofus. So here, let me put them in here. There. Now I look cool. Now all the girls are going to want to have sex with me. Whereas if I leave them out like this, I look like a freaking doofus. I won't get any poontang. Here, let me just... Yeah, the guys who wear baseball hats and tuck their fucking ears into their hat. So stupid looking. But they'll tell you that they look stupid looking if they leave their big goofy ears hanging out. So I guess it's all in what you prefer as the hat wearer, right? Oh, good times. I almost forgot about that. All right. So yeah, guys. So you got one of the more popular content creators who was admittedly a sex offender and now has virtually disappeared. And if you look up his name, you find evidence that says he was caught for bank robbery. So to all those people who used to slob on ODD's knob, yeah, you slobbed on a sex offending bank robber's knob who was also a compromised criminal. Yes. Yeah. They're out there. Those ODD TV dick riders. I remember there was a lot of them. They loved his backwards hat raps, dude. They thought he was so cool. Yeah, so cool to be a sex offending bank robber, compromised criminal bitch. Huh. So yeah, Flat Earth 2026. Where are they now? Prison, as far as he's concerned. And with all his priors, probably not going to get out anytime soon. We probably aren't going to see him upload a new video next week. And there was this one time where he addressed me personally. And then I called him out afterwards. And then that was it. And then he ended up being in and out of prison. Let me see if I can go back and find my ODD exposed video. And then we'll move on from him. Oh, yes, yes. There he is. So let's take a look at ODD when he was really drunk and intoxicated on pills, and he decided to put my name in his mouth. We'll see how that went. A pile of shit. So why would I ever want to hang out with you?
It smells kind of like pussy. In fact, yeah, this shit smells like butt pussy, butt dick and pussy. Man, that shit smells like 3 dudes in one day pussy. That shit
All right, you got to watch the first part, otherwise you won't get the context. But yeah, ODD put out this video calling out me and Richie from Boston in the same video, but he was drunk and high on pills and God knows what else. So he wasn't able to eloquently call me out. And instead, while trying to call me out, he ended up looking like a total fucking buffoon. And I used it to prove that he's a fucking moronic fucking drug addict buffoon, fucking dopehead criminal loser.
We have beef. I find it very strange when I find out that I have beef with somebody that I wasn't aware of months after the beef began.
Let me clear up some confusion for you, Mr. ODD Televizzle. We don't have quote unquote beef. I just think you're a shill and a no good piece of shit loser. And I saw that you have a podcast where you hang out with another known shitbag, David Weiss, who loves to watch women get beaten and who loves to hang out with sex offenders like you. And so I think your show is absolutely putrid, and I would never go on your terrible podcast. I would never hang out with you or David Weiss. This is not a beef. This is a personal preference because I am a morally upstanding, awesome dude, and you are a pile of shit. So why would I ever want to hang out with you?
It smells kind of like pussy. In fact, yeah, this shit smells like butt pussy, butt dick and pussy. Yeah, that shit smells like 3 dudes in one day pussy. That shit's nasty, man. It smells like it's all good. I have a NuvaRing pussy. Shit smells like vaginal bacteriosis pussy. That shit smells like motherfucking bacterial vaginosis. Bacterial vaginosis.
Dude, was that shit supposed to be funny? How drunk are you, ODD? Like, how wasted did you get before you decided to make this video?
It smells kind of like pussy. In fact, yeah, that shit smells like butt pussy, butt dick and pussy. Yeah, that shit smells like 3 dudes in one day pussy. That shit's nasty, man. It smells like it's all good. I have a NuvaRing pussy. Shit smells like vaginal bacteriosis pussy. That shit smells like motherfucking bacterial vaginosis. That shit smells like trichomoniasis pussy. That shit, man, that pussy smells like I wipe from the back to the front pussy.
Pussy sauteed in butter and garlic sauce, scrambled pussy and eggs, pussy with meatballs, vaginismus supercalifragilistic vaginosis pussy with liver and onions, pussy a la carte, pussy upside your head, pussy up high, pussy down low, pussy everywhere you go.
Where are y'all dudes' balls at, man? Why y'all gonna talk shit about somebody who broke bread with you? Gave you a place to stay, fed you.
He's talking about Richie. I never stayed at ODD's place and he never fed me. I met him one time because I set up a Flat Earth meetup in Denver and he showed up to my Flat Earth meetup and he acted like he was told to be there by his handler or something. So I have met this dude in person, but he showed up to my meetup, right? So I didn't go to meet him. I never stayed at his place or broke bread. So he's talking about something he did with Richie. So him and Richie have, I guess, had sleepovers together, but I never went and stayed at this dude's place. So I don't know why he's tried to include me along with Richie here. So he's making this video calling out me and Richie at the same time. But I only met this dude once, and it was one night in Denver, and it was at a Flat Earth meetup that I had set up. And it was, I don't know, a year or two, maybe 3-4 years, whenever, before this ever happened.
Helped you throw the biggest party you've ever had.
Let's get one thing straight.
Back there it is right there. That was our, that was the attendance for the Denver meetup that I set up. That was the one that got co-opted by a bunch of shills. There I am with my old dog, Rusty, right here. And here's Andy over here. Here's ODD right here. A lot of other people. Here's Bob Nodell back here. Shill-ass Bob Nodell, who's supposedly dead now. Yeah.
Here, OD McDrunky Face. I set up my own Flat Earth gathering in Denver, and then you showed up to my Flat Earth gathering. So quit with all this helping me throw the biggest party of my life. I said I was going to be at a place in Denver, and then you showed up. I didn't specifically ask you to help me throw any party. I also never stayed at your place, and I've also never broke, quote unquote, any bread with you. Again, you showed up to my Flat Earth gathering in Denver, and that was the only time I have ever met you. As far as what you've done with Richie from Boston, that's your business. I have no clue what the two of you have done behind closed doors.
Last time I talked to you, Richie, you were inviting me to some event you were having that Sunday. We talked on a Thursday. You said, "Oh man, hey man, we got to get together. I'll be in Colorado Springs on Sunday doing this thing with my subscribers. You should come." You never hit me up, so I didn't worry about it. I tried to call you after that. I was blocked. I was like, "What? Wait, why am I blocked? What the hell's going on?" You can tell when you're blocked. I mean, I don't know if you know that, but if someone blocks you, it's not hard to tell. It's not like you can keep it a secret. Like when I asked you if you blocked me, you're like, "No, there's been no service on my phone." Is that why you come out with a YouTube video every fucking 5 minutes when you're on the road? So yeah, Richie, you told me you were going to come see me 5 weeks ago. You were going to stop by my house. That never happened. What's up with that?
Richie, you said you were going to come see me 5 weeks ago, but you didn't stop by my house. What's up with that? Did you guys hear that? The way that sounded?
A YouTube video every fucking 5 minutes when you're on the road. So yeah.
Here, let me slow it down so everyone can hear it.
Richie, you told me you were going to come see me 5 weeks ago.
Richie, you told me you were going to come see me 5 weeks ago.
You were going to stop by my house. That never happened.
You were going to stop by my house. That never happened. So he's so upset that Richie from Boston didn't come see him that he's airing it out on a video. The same video where he's like calling me like trichominosis pussy or something. See what I mean? So he made this video while he was obviously fucking high on something. And then I turned around and used it to make him look like a goddamn fool, which was hilarious.
What's up with that? The invitation is still open for a real life meeting. You could set that up, or even if you're feeling super gamma, like we could just talk over the camera, you know, so you still feel safe enough to say stuff that you wouldn't say in person.
So now he's like starting to nod off almost, and he's trying to be tough, but he's also like very soft spoken at the same time, and he's obviously quite inebriated. So you could be on camera and say stuff that you say was so sad. This is why how you can tell this is definitely not sober ODD. And so yeah, being he was on probation and a compromised criminal, shortly after this video came out, he disappeared from the David Weiss live stream thing. So I think that this got him in some trouble when he put this out.
But I'm willing to at least save you that much space. You got to show that you can at least show up on camera and talk to somebody that you made up some fucking fake beef with for no reason. That, my friends, is the definition of hate. Haitian is the word. It means you're jealous and envious of somebody else, therefore you display unnecessary aggressive behavior. You're very upset because you're not where they're at, or you don't hold their status or their respect.
Good one, ODD. Oh, wait, you're being serious? Status? Respect? Bro, you're a sex offender. And you currently hang out with a scumbag shill like David Weiss while you shill the flat earth tracking app Friend Finder. What does that make you? That makes you a scumbag, no good, piece of shit shill.
All right, so there you go. There's me calling out ODD. This was not that long ago, actually. 2022. Okay. So this was back when ODD was doing the live streams with David Weiss. Like I told you, that was like the last thing that he did live stream wise was hang out with David Weiss and Eddie Bravo. And so that's how long ago it was. So he's actually been gone and his channel inactive for years now, multiple years. So there you go. Got through another one of those flat earth content creators. Like I said, he was pretty popular back in the day. There were a lot of people who loved them some backwards hat ODD raps. They probably feel a little embarrassed looking back now. If any of them were to watch that, they might feel a little bit embarrassed for the fact that they were glazing that dude back then so hard. All right. Russell Brand floating in space, wishing Jake a happy birthday. Right now, I'm here on the International Space Station having myself a lovely float about, and I want to take this time to give a shout out to a fellow named Jake the Awake who's live streaming right now. He does one of the best Russell Brand impressions ever known. In fact, he's been known to do an impression of me while I float around here in outer space and I ask if there is a piece of hay stuck within the crevices of my horse teeth. As you all know, we live in an allegorical society where we are in collaboration with this independent nation. And of course, as we explore the ever-expanding reaches of this outer galaxy in which we call planet Earth's nebula, before we find... Oh, shit. I lost it. I was starting to get in the zone, and then I fucking lost it. I haven't done that impression in a while, so I was trying to find my bearings and get back into it. And I was going to start spouting off all these words in his accent, and I totally blew it. But I think you got at least enough for that to count. So rather than try again and blow it even worse, that's going to have to suffice. So there you go. Russell Brand wishing me a happy birthday, if that's what that was. All right. The Great Bamboozler says, former CIA Director William Casey will know our disinformation program is complete when everything the American public believes is false. Yes. And they have actively gotten the majority of the public to believe in mostly all false shit. So their program is complete, yet they're just continuing with the program. So it's not like once the program is complete, like they just stop. No, they continue with the program. So there is more to the program than they shall have you believe. Because already most everybody believes in wrong shit. So they're just going to keep doing that, except they're going to try and get people to believe in even wronger shit. See, that's their plan. They don't just want you to believe in wrong shit. They want you to believe in perpetual wronger shit. Yeah. That's when you know their mission is complete. When everybody believes in perpetual wronger shit. Wronger. You're wronger than me. Nuh-uh. You're wronger than me. Wronger. That's right. All right. So let's take a look at one of the dead flat earthers. There was several flat earthers who had channels and followings, and then they died all of a sudden. Here's one of them. There was this annoying twat, Antonio Subarats. And at one point, he came out and slandered me as well. So then when he got sick and died, I had to decide whether I was going to be like, yay, he died. Ha ha ha. Fuck you. I'm glad you're dead. Or whether I wanted to pretend like, oh, we lost Antonio Subarats. Dang it. Oh, he was such a good researcher. See, so had he not slandered me and went after me, I could be like, oh, here was one of the researchers, Antonio. But he did slander me, and I'm pretty sure he was a fucking shill because he was supposedly banging Patty Steer, who seems like a transformer to me. So anyway, this guy was sleeping with somebody who I consider to be a shill and Pat Steer. And play one of his old streams.
From time to time, it pulls. So if I do this a lot, that's all it is. There's nothing else going on. Right. So I made a video recently about how the British government, through the media, is lying to the British population regarding the number of jabs.
So Antonio here, many, many, many years ago, was supposedly in a relationship with Patty Steer. And Patty Steer flew from, and that was Mark Sargent's co-host, of course, Patty Steer. She flew from the United States to meet this guy in the UK, and they supposedly banged the first night that they hung out. That's the story. But I don't know if I buy that. And thinking about it is pretty disgusting. But anyway, here was one of the guys who used to have a semi-big following as well, Antonio. But he's no longer alive. And then, of course, anytime I speak of Antonio, I have to show daytime, nighttime. So daytime, nighttime is a music video put out by Antonio Subarats. And whenever I remember Antonio and speak about him, I feel it's necessary to play his #1 hit tune, Daytime, Nighttime.
So let's see what you think of this. 4 or 5 or maybe 6 men, they jump on me like I was made out of chocolate cake. Yeah. So daytime, nighttime. Daytime, nighttime. Daytime, nighttime. Daytime, nighttime. Ooh, no. Daytime, nighttime. Sexy, sexy. Daytime, nighttime. Sexy, sexy. Daytime, nighttime. Sexy, sexy. Daytime, nighttime. Sexy, sexy. Stranger, I am good for dissecting asshole, especially at nighttime. I can't charge for it, but it makes my life fun.
Yep. Anyone remember that awesome little number there? Yes. Can't talk about Antonio without playing at least a minute's worth of daytime, nighttime. If you want to listen to the rest of the song, you can do so at your own leisure. If I listen to the rest of it, it'll be stuck in my head. So that's as much as I can listen to without permanently having it stuck in my head for the next several days. So there you go. Antonio Subarets. Hey, this is Flat Earth 2026. Where are they now? And as far as Antonio is concerned, dead. Long gone. See? All right. So some of the top content creators are either in prison or no longer alive. Yeah. Yep. All right. How about Dean Marble, who thought he was like Flat Earth famous for a long time? Old D Marble. I remember he ran a crypto scheme as well. In fact, D Marble ran a crypto scheme, racked up hundreds of thousands of dollars in crypto off of the people that he got to put their money into the pyramid scheme. And then he disappeared to Arkansas, bought himself a house, and stopped uploading content, and essentially just retired with the money he made in this big crypto scheme. So every great once in a while, when you look at his channel, he'll have uploaded something, but he doesn't get any views on it. So the last thing he uploaded was 9 months ago. Before that, a year ago. So yeah, he hasn't uploaded anything. And the last thing he did upload is just garbage.
That have led you to where you are in that good feeling place. If you're not so much, though, if you're not so much feeling all that great about where you are and how you're feeling about yourself when you look back at past you in the present.
So here's D Marble. He uploaded. This was the last video he uploaded. Only got 1,500 views. Only 3 comments, and one of them is me telling him that his channel's dead. He's probably got me blocked. So yeah, only 2 other people commented. At one point, this guy had a big following as well, and he convinced a bunch of people that I was a shill. So he made this video about me right here. D Marble versus Flat Earth asshole. Got 36,000 views and slandered me, made me look stupid. But guess who gets the last laugh? I'm here and he's not. I'm still doing this, still telling the truth, still have people following me, where his channel's fucking dead. Last time he went live was to show the eclipse from his backyard. So 2 years ago, when the eclipse happened over the United States, he decided to fire up the live stream from his backyard.
Now you settle down. Back here and it's a little bit darker out here. Okay, fine.
So essentially, he just disappeared. And then every great once in a while, he'll show back up and be like, oh, I'm out here looking at the eclipse in my backyard. So that dude ran this big crypto scam, racked up hundreds of thousands of dollars, and bought that big old house that he lives in Arkansas. And if you ever say anything to him about being a fucking shill, he'll brag about his big old house. Oh, yeah. Let me show you guys. Last time I called him out and he responded to me with something I would have never expected from a black man. So check it out. He did. I went to his posts, and I had called him out 4 years ago, basically saying the same stuff I'm telling you now, that he was a fucking shill and that his channel's dead and Nobody gives a fuck about him anymore, and all the people he ran with were fucking shills, and everything that he ever did was basically a bunch of bullshit. So yeah, I called him out 4 years ago, and so he posted in his comments section, or in his posts. This is the last thing he posted 4 years ago. I heard some jealous asshole was running his mouth about me. You're still popping off, Jake. Last I heard, you were living in your car with your dog, and that was years ago. Why haven't heard about you? Because you're irrelevant. You mean nothing to me, but you sure have been keeping tabs on me, huh? Likely because you always felt threatened by my presence. You say I haven't been posting on YouTube because I was all about the money. Why don't you go ahead and disable super chats on your little live streams? Prove to everyone that you're just in it for the truth. You won't, because you're a lame-ass truther for hire. Your claim is I did a hit piece on you, but you neglected to mention how I started that video pointing out how I tried to get along with you. Then I went on to point out how you said you infiltrated, your words, the flat earth community. You attempted to say I was suspicious because I was dominated, because flat was dominated by white guys. Again, your words. You not so closet racist prick. Oh, see, now he's using race. Yes. Of course, black guy got to attack the white guy and bring up the race card. Of course. It wasn't a hit piece. You just got exposed. And I'll bet you're still really salty about how I made you change your name from Flat Earth Asshole to Jake the Asshole. Yeah, that's totally not true, but whatever. I haven't been posting because I have been busy maintaining my 6.5 acre property. 6.5. Huh. Why not just make it 6.666? So here he is bragging that he doesn't post anymore because he's maintaining his property. You know, he has such a big house and so much property. He doesn't have time to make content anymore about flat earth or anything because he's busy maintaining his property that he got by scamming people with a big crypto scam. Pretty much by myself. I've been working at my house like a man. I'm not some little boy with a stupid hat on in my apartment with my dog, gossiping like a female and begging for super chats on YouTube. Mind your business, punk. And here's my favorite part. He posts a picture of Tom McDonald and some quote from Tom McDonald. So he's a black guy who said all that to me. And then he posts Tom McDonald. Like, yeah, that'll really teach Jake. So a black man who has to use an image of fucking industry plant Tom McDonald in order to try to make me feel bad for myself because I have an apartment and not a big gigantic property and house to take care of. So as you guys can see, when you confront D Marble, I'm taking care of my big old house. I don't have time for content. See? And then he posts a picture of fucking Tom McDonald with his face tats and his face piercings. So there you go. That's the last thing he posted talking to me directly. The last thing he posted, literally. And the last stream he did a couple of years ago from his backyard talking about the eclipse. Here he is driving to Arkansas to his new house. So the last several streams he did were all just like, I'm on my way to my new house. I'm at my new house. And then the content just stops. So there you go. You ever wonder what happened to D Marble? Well, there you go. He took his hundreds of thousands of dollars in crypto that he got from running a pyramid scam amongst his supporters, and he bought this property and house in Arkansas, and he's maintaining that property, and he's too busy to be bothered with truth. And if you say anything about it, well, then you see what he says. So I'm just a jealous hater who's just so jealous that I don't have property to maintain. That's the only reason why I would even be talking about him, according to him and Tom McDonald. Is there someone in chat opposing me? I see you guys are telling Bob or going back and forth with Bob. I wonder if it's Bob Nodell, the right-hand man of Jaron for many years, who suddenly died. But Bob Nodell was also a fat, unhealthy-looking piece of shit, so maybe he died for real. To be honest, guys, I sincerely hope that Bob Nodell is dead, because he was a fat, ignorant piece of shit, and he threatened to send the police to my residence, and police did show up to my aunt's house wanting to talk about my YouTube channel. That only happened once. Right after Bob Nodell, who was also in the hit piece documentary Behind the Curve, right after he threatened he was going to have some of his liaisons, as he put it, in the police department near where I live, come get me. There were police who showed up to my aunt's house and wanted to talk about my YouTube channel. It only happened once, but it definitely it got to me a bit. I'm not going to lie. When my aunt called me and told me police showed up wanting to talk about my YouTube channel, it shook me up just a little bit, but nothing happened. So yeah, I hope that Bob Nodell isn't scripted fake dead. I sincerely hope that he actually is dead, because he was a piece of shit. I didn't think it was the same Bob, but since Bob Nodell's name was brought up earlier tonight. Anyway. All right, so I've rambled on and on and on about these characters. So before I end the stream, I think it's important to get everybody who's here on the same page. I'm going to give you my stance on the flat Earth, and I have a video that I put out already a couple of years ago, but I'm sure some of you don't remember it that well, or you haven't seen it in a while. Some of you probably haven't seen it ever. So I'm going to finish up here by showing my current stance on the flat Earth, what I think's going on, and then we'll wrap it up tonight. So, all right. I'll speed it up just a bit. All right.
I believe in what we can prove. I believe in what I see. And what I see is a sun that rises from the horizon. I see a sun that sets back into the horizon. One of the biggest lies ever told on the flat Earth is that the sun isn't setting. It just appears that way because it's moving away from you. And the sun isn't really rising. It just appears that way because of perspective. It's actually just coming at you. And the whole thing is just perspective.
That goes along with perspective showing a sun level of, across a level Earth going away.
The reason why this is one of the biggest lies ever told on the flat Earth is because we don't see the sun get smaller and smaller and smaller and shrink into a dot. that only exists on that one YouTube video. If you go watch the sun set in person, you will see it get big and orange and then merge into the horizon.
All right, so here on this channel, we tell the truth about what we see and experience. We see the sun set. We do. We don't see it just go away from us and shrink into a dot. In fact, anyone who says that is a fucking liar. You know, like Russian vids, like David Weiss. Yeah. So anybody pushing that the sun's just going away from you and it shrinks into it, you don't see it shrink into a dot. Oftentimes, as the sun gets close to the horizon, it seems to get even bigger. And then you, with your eyes, see what appears to be the sun going into the horizon. That's what you see. That's what I see. So let's not lie and go against what our senses show us and say that that sun is shrinking into a dot, because you don't see it do that, and I don't see it do that. But the flat earth shills will keep repeating that, almost like it's their job to repeat that. So guys like Russian vids will go out of their way to say the sun shrinks into a dot. You just have to go to a place where the conditions are just right in order to see it, like Africa. They'll tell you got to go to the desert in Africa in order to see the magical shrinking sun. It's bullshit. I've been to the desert many times here in the United States. I've watched the sun go down in Arizona, Las Vegas, and it don't shrink into a dot. And you know what happens if you tell that to a shill? Oh, well, you're in the desert, but you're looking at the sun over the ocean. So they'll just say that even if you're in the desert, you're looking at the sun over the ocean, and it only appears to get bigger. So they make up all the excuses to tell you that the sun's not getting bigger and that it's shrinking, but you've never seen it shrink into a dot with your own two eyes. So any shill telling you that the sun's just going away from you and shrinking into a dot, they're lying. So having a sunrise and set isn't just something that happens on a globe. It happens on the flat earth. You can see it happening. So around here, I tell people I see the sunrise and set just like you do. It appears to go into the horizon. That's what it appears to do. So I don't push any lies about shrinking suns around here.
So this notion that these street lights are all at the same distance above the earth and they only appear to be merging into the horizon due to perspective, yeah, that is correct. But that's not the same thing that's happening with the sun. As you can clearly see, those street lights appear to be getting smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller until it shrinks into a tiny little dot. Look at the first street light and how big it appears, and then look at the last street light near the horizon. Yeah, that's not happening with the sun. So what they want you to do is disregard what you are actually experiencing, what you actually see with your own two eyes, and instead they want you to accept this lie that the sun only appears to be rising due to perspective, and it only appears to be setting due to perspective.
Russian Vids makes a video literally every year saying that the shrinking sun proves biblical flat earth. The shrinking sun proves God's biblical created flat earth. Jake the fake is lying when he says the sun doesn't shrink into a dot. They literally have nameless, faceless liars who say that it's biblical that the sun shrinks, and that I'm the fake liar trying to separate you from God's biblical flat earth. Yeah, literally Russian Vids tells his audience that every fucking year. And so I show them that, hey, there's all these instances of people filming the sunset, and none of them shrink into a dot except the one video that RV shows, supposedly from Africa. So I went and found like 10 African sunsets, which none of them are shrinking into a dot. But he tells his audience, if you go to the desert in Africa, you're going to see the sun shrink into a dot. So he tells his audience shrinking sun is God's biblical truth of the flat earth, right? So he uses this fucking man-made religion, Christianity, and he uses that to dupe his audience into listening to him and turning against me. So there's Christians out there who are like, oh, I'm going to support my brother Russian Vids because he's talking about God's biblical flat earth. Just because a supposed Christian tells you something is biblical, well, doesn't mean they're a real Christian or that it's even biblical. That's just something that some guy can say. So there are people who pretend to be Christians who purposely lie and then say that it's God's biblical truth. And one of those guys is Russian Vids. They Live Truth. And he makes a video doing that every year, saying that I'm lying. He calls me Jake the Fake, and he tells his audience that the sun shrinks into a dot. So when I fucking make a response, I'm always like, here I go again, repeating myself again. The sun doesn't shrink into a dot. Here's plenty of proof that it does. And so I make the same response to him. And it's like I don't get that many views. People just shrug it off. And it's like, he'll oftentimes get, more views than me, just lying about me with the same video that he's already made the year before and the year before that. So I'm guessing next year he'll upload the same video again, saying that the shrinking sun is biblical and that I'm Jake the Fake lying to you. He's done it like 6 times, so I'm guessing he'll probably do it again. So yeah, there's guys out there who actively, like, their job is to lie to you about the sun rising and setting. It's their job.
Yeah, I'm going to prove in this video the sun is rising and it is setting, and it's not just due to perspective.
Earth is a level, motionless plane with the sun, moon, and stars revolving over and around us, just as you experience every day. It is obvious to any child and sovereign-minded adult that the sun, moon, stars, and planets, every light in the sky above, revolves around the motionless earth beneath our feet.
Wrong. Not only is this provably wrong disinformation, but these lies have been being pushed by liars like Eric Dubay, David Weiss, Jeranism, Mark Sargent, you name it, the list goes on and on. This is provably wrong disinformation that has been being pushed for a decade.
And Dubay is still pushing it. AI Eric Dubay still pushing this wrong shit.
One circling sun and one circling moon over the AE map is impossible, and I'm going to prove it to you.
All right, so just before we get into this, we got a quick impression I need to knock out from RY. He wants Jack Morgan from the Red Leather podcast wishing me a happy birthday.
All right, we're going to get a little crazy. All right, now, have you guys ever thought that maybe, just maybe, we live inside of a snow globe? Sure. I know it sounds crazy, but just hear me out. Going to get a little out there, a little wow. But sure, I was thinking, what if Earth isn't a globe, but what if instead it's like a snow globe? Yeah, getting crazy, all right? We're just talking out of our butts. We're just having fun here. So I never thought that this could actually be true until I started watching this guy, Jake the Awake. He started talking about the Earth being flat. Yeah. Wow, take a hit, metaphorically speaking. I actually think he might be onto something. So I'm going to go ahead and wish a happy birthday to Jake the Awake. And I'm also going to ask you guys to buy a Caddy Daddy t-shirt. Yeah, I watch old DVDs and I drive a old Cadillac. So I'm trying to sell my Caddy Daddy t-shirts. And also through Connect With Me, you guys can call me up and you can wish me a happy birthday when it's my birthday. It only costs $5 a minute. So call me up on Connect With Me. All right. So we're going to be talking about single moms now. There you go. A little
little Jack. So Jack had to fire his cousin, and he no longer has a co-host because he's not making as much money. So I saw one of Jack's videos complaining that he's not making as much money as he did last year, and that the money's starting to dry up. And so he had to let his co-host cousin go. So now he's had to fire like 3 different co-hosts. Now it's just him.
Yeah, guys, it's really messed up. When I get off here, I'm gonna have to fire my cousin. I'm gonna have to tell him that there's just not enough money to pay him. Yeah, you know, it's crazy. People are getting sick of me making the same slop content day in, day out. Just not making as much money as I used to.
All right, there you go, little Jack Morgan for you. All right, now we can get back to my video.
And once I prove it to you, then the notion of the sun rising and setting on a flat earth might not seem so crazy. Every year, there are 2 equinoxes, one that occurs around March 20th, the spring equinox, and the other which occurs around September 22nd, the autumn equinox. Now, on the equinoxes, that means every single person on the flat earth is going to get about 12 hours of sunlight and 12 hours of darkness. Not only that, everyone on the flat earth is going to see a 90-degree east sunrise and a 270 west sunset. Now, you can't just spin one sun around the AE map like a flashlight and light up a circle portion of the earth. That's not going to do the trick. You actually have to light up half of the earth. That way you can get 12 hours of light, 12 hours of darkness. Now, here's the impossible part. The sun has to be on the equator, as it's shown, but every single observer on the flat earth is going to see a 90-degree east sunrise and a 270 west sunset, which is impossible with one circling sun. I'll let Q and Fee model it up and explain it all.
Every light in the sky above revolves around the motionless earth beneath our feet.
Circling around, you say? I think your head is circling around.
All right, so sadly, this next portion is features Q and Fee, who I had a falling out with. He made a terrible, deplorable slander video about me where he used AI to make me say a bunch of nasty, just terrible stuff. And he took my face and put it on a woman's body and made me say stuff like about wanting to have sex with animals and stuff like that. It was like the most terrible thing I've ever seen. And so last year before I started doing memberships for $2 a month, and Q and Fee decided that he was going to tell me that that's a terrible idea and that I shouldn't do it. And then when I got angry at him and took down his comment, he decided that it was perfectly acceptable to make this slander video about me. So I'm no longer cool with Q and Fee, and I will never be cool with Q and Fee. The video that he made about me was absolutely so nasty that there's certain things that I just can't ever forgive somebody, and I don't ever want to work with them. But this section of the video does feature him, so I can't go back and change what already happened. So if you hear his voice, well, I wish that he didn't do what he did, but he did. So sadly, there won't be any reconciliation with me and him, but he did do some good work in the past.
This is not really a match with your presentation. So this must go around with 15 degrees an hour. I think you're a lunatic. And it happens to be the equinox. And guess what? Here is the sun setting. And on this side, the sun is rising.
All right, so I'll go ahead and explain it because a lot of people think that he happens to have an annoying voice. And so I'll go ahead and explain it for you. So on the equinox, the AE map with a circling sun, which is the model that most flat earthers were using, including Eric Dubé and the model that he's still using. So most all the flat earthers, D. Marble included, Jeranism included, they were all using the AE map with a circling sun. And on the equinox, the circling sun would have to be on the equator. And somehow, some way, with one circling sun on the equator, everybody has to see a 90-degree east sunrise and a 270 west sunset, experience 12 hours of daylight and 12 hours of darkness. So how do you accomplish that with just one sun? Well, it's impossible, because on this side of the map, people are seeing the sun set, and at the exact same moment on the other side of the earth, all these observers are seeing the sun rise. Meanwhile, an observer over here on the equator is seeing the sun directly above them at noon. So how can the sun be right here for an observer on the equator at noon, rising over on this side of the earth and setting over on this side of the earth, all at the exact same time? It's impossible. So what QNFE was able to model up here is that one sun can't go around in a circle and accomplish all of these sunrise and sunset angles. These are the sunset angles that are happening. An equinox happens twice a year. Everyone sees the sunrise 90-degree east and set 270 west. So when you model up multiple observers, it shows that one sun going in a circle can't be everywhere at once. So this is the proof that on the equinoxes, each person is seeing what appears to be their own 90-degree east sunrise and their own 270-degree west sunset. So what this essentially means is one sun over AE map, impossible. Provably wrong, impossible. And if you model up multiple observers and you see that each observer appears to be seeing the sunrise at 90-degree east, no matter where they are on the map, well, then you have to start thinking of new ideas. And it isn't something that you can solve by adding a second sun or a third sun. So some people will be like, oh, well, how about a second sun? Doesn't solve the problem here. You need a sun for each observer. The only way you can have a sun for each observer is if each observer is seeing their own sun. So if you look at the sun and where it rises and sets, and look at where it rises and sets throughout the year, and then look into other places in the known world that we know about, and look at where the sun rises and sets, you'll eventually come to the conclusion, if you do proper research, that one sun cannot possibly do it. Two suns can't do it. Three suns can't do it. The only way it can be done is if each person is seeing their own sun. But how the hell can that be possible? I don't know how it's possible, but that's what's happening.
90 degrees east and set 270 degrees west. Rises with an angle of about 90 degrees east on the same moment over a full longitude.
So they have the websites which will show the exact sunset and sunrise angles expected on these days at any location. And it happens this over and over again. So every year, the same thing happens with the sun. It does the same things every year, like clockwork, like mechanical clockwork, right? So when you show these websites, what people will do is they'll say, well, how can we trust that website? Well, if it shows the equinox, the numbers that you're going to see on the equinox for the sunrise and sunset, they're showing you the azimuths that you're going to see. And then you take a compass on the equinox and you point it at the sun rising and setting. Well, you're going to get those same numbers basically. So The people who try and reject the websites are the people who've never taken the time to look into the equinox and the sunrise and the sunsets. So before you reject any of the websites, you have to be able to prove that what they're showing is wrong. And nobody does that. Instead, they want to hand wave dismiss the websites and act like, oh, this stuff must be. So guys like RV Russian Vids will say, oh, that's a Globe website. You can't trust the Globe website, but he won't show that the equinox information on there is wrong. He won't prove that there's no such thing as an equinox. It's because there is, obviously. And the sun is going to rise and set at these certain angles on these certain dates because it's already happened over and over and over again before. So there are websites that do have the information of where the sun's going to rise and set for anywhere on the map. And if you take a look at that information, it doesn't match a circling sun path, and it doesn't match a sun 93 million miles away either. So the information on these websites disproves a circle sun path by one close local sun, and it also disproves a far, far away gigantic sun 93 million miles away. So you have to take the time and the energy to learn about the sunrise and sunset angles. And if you do, you'll figure out that something is happening that doesn't match either of the models that we were given, the flat earth model with the circling sun or the globe model with the giant gas sun 93 million miles away. Instead, it's showing something astounding, that each individual observer is appearing to see their own sunrise and their own sunset. And you can figure out exactly where it's going to rise and set using this website, depending on where you are on the earth. So I started to think of how that's possible. And I came to the conclusion that the dome of sight that we're seeing is essentially like our own personal virtual dome, and all of the sun and moon's movements and the stars' movements, it's all happening within our own personal dome of sight. And that you can figure out exactly where the sun and moon are going to come from, rise from, set by using these websites and figuring out your position on the map. And so by using this information and then comparing it back to just one sun going in a circle, well, then you find that one sun going in a circle and one moon going in a circle, completely impossible. So that's what I learned by looking into the sunrise and sunset angles, is that each of us appears to be seeing our own sunrise and our own sunset. And I know that sounds impossible, but that's what's happening. So how is something essentially impossible happening all the time? Well, this place ain't what they told us it is. This place is not a globe in outer space. Mainstream science is a lie. So what we're living in here is definitely not what they told us. So when we start looking at the sun and the moon, we have to consider that those are not what they told us either. So the fact that they're doing something out of this world, which proves these models that we were handed wrong, rather than reject it, instead I go with it. I use this information to help me try and figure out what the hell this place is.
It seems we have more than 190 degrees east direction. You see that? And here at 160 degrees west, we have the sunset, all about 270 degrees west at the same moment. You want to explain this away with perspective, like those other retard earthers do.
QNFI is 100% correct. What you see here cannot be explained away by perspective. With one circling sun on the equator, it is impossible for every observer on that same line of longitude to see a 90-degree east sunrise and a 270-degree west sunset. Q and Fee modeled this up perfectly, and anyone with a working brain should be able to see that by Q and Fee modeling up how it's physically impossible for one circling sun to be in all those locations at once. That should prove to you or anyone watching that a single circling sun over an AE map is impossible. As you can see by this example modeled up by Q and Fee, every observer on this line of longitude is going to be seeing the sunrise at the same moment from the same angle. And then over on the other side of the Earth, on that same line of longitude, these three observers are going to be seeing the sun set at the exact same moment. But wait, that's not all. You see this guy over here standing on the equator? He's going to look straight up and see the sun right over his head in that exact same moment. So how can you have 7 different observers seeing the sun in 7 different locations at the exact same time? Does that mean there are 7 suns? No. What's happening is that each observer sees their own sun, and each observer only sees one sun. So basically, we are all seeing our own sun. So what does that mean? It means the sun is rising, it is setting, and we are all seeing our own independent local sun. And the angles at which we all see our own independent local sun, they don't triangulate back to one singular circling sun.
All right. So right here, this is called triangulation. This is what you would expect to see if there was one sun going around on the equator. The angles would be like this, triangulating towards the one sun. But that's not what happens. Instead, the angles are like this, 90-degree east sunrise. See? So you have a sun rising 90-degree east here, sun rising 90-degree east here, sunrise way over here, same 90-degree east. So people assume in their heads that there's this one sun and that it just triangulates perfectly, and all the angles just perfectly line up to this one sun. No, that's not the case. So by modeling it up, you see on the equinox, it's like this. You'd have 3 observers seeing a 90-degree east sunrise. So that means that the sun cannot be triangulated. So that means we can't possibly be looking at just one sun going around in a circle. Otherwise, all the angles would triangulate back to the sun, but they don't.
Seeing our own independent local sun, and the angles at which we all see our own independent local sun, they don't triangulate back to one singular circling sun.
The apparent motion of the sun is not uniform.
The apparent motion of the sun is not uniform. And this is a Army training video.
For this reason, it would be difficult to construct a clock capable of keeping this irregular time.
So since the sun's movement is not uniform, it would be difficult to construct a clock capable of keeping irregular time.
Therefore, a mean or imaginary sun is used.
So they use a mean or imaginary sun.
This mean sun is assumed to have a uniform rate of motion with respect to the Earth. The time measured by the mean or imaginary sun is called mean or civil time.
So they have an imaginary sun that they can use to calculate the mean time. So they have to have one that goes around in a uniform rate of motion, because the actual sun doesn't do that. The actual sun is moves irregularly. And so they say that they need this imaginary or mean sun so that they can get this mean time.
And uses a mean or imaginary sun as its reference point.
So in order for celestial navigation,
and that's how they do celestial navigation. They use a imaginary sun. So they don't use the position of the real sun for celestial navigation. They use an imaginary sun. So when you start learning things like that, it goes hand in hand with what I tell you about everyone seeing their own sun. You can't even use the position of the sun for celestial navigation because it can't be triangulated. So they use a imaginary sun for celestial navigation.
To work, a mean sun or virtual sun is used, and the reason is because the actual observation angles to the sun are irregular, and they don't triangulate back to one singular sun. So the fact that the angles at which we all see the sun are irregular, they don't use the actual position of the actual sun for celestial navigation. They use a virtual sun, as in a not real sun. Once I found this out, then it made perfect sense why a singular circling sun over an AE map doesn't work at all. That's because it's the imaginary sun, the mean sun, the virtual sun.
So a sun going around in a circle over an AE map would be a depiction of a virtual mean sun with the same uniform motions over and over again going in a circle. So that's the imaginary sun because it's not actually doing that.
That's why none of the sunrise and sunset angles match. That's why it fails so miserably. So what's happening is guys like Eric Dubé, David Weiss, Jeranism, Mark Sargent, they're all using the virtual and/or mean sun, which has to go around in 24 hours. This is a virtual sun, which means it's not real. And so when you take the actual observation data of the real sun, it doesn't match the circling path over the AE map. Do we understand ourselves? I hope so. So what does all that mean? Well, that means we live in some sort of a hyper-realistic simulation of sorts, perhaps a virtual reality. Well, if you don't like either of those explanations, for lack of a better explanation, this place is a magical, mystical realm that defies explanation.
All right, y'all, so check it out. This is Lake Tahoe here, and I shot this footage myself. So you can have the sun out your window of your car, let's say here, out my out the driver's side. So whether it's the sun or the moon, you can go as fast as you want, and it'll be basically stuck with you, right? Have you ever looked out the window as you're shooting down the freeway and you either got the sun or the moon out there on your driver's side or your passenger side? It don't matter. And it seems like it's stuck there with you. So it doesn't matter if you're going 100 miles an hour. It's like the moon is just stuck right there out the window with you, or in this case, the sun. So the sun is stuck here out my window, and I'm shooting along on the freeway. And then look at the shimmer here. See how the shimmer right here stays perfectly lined up with me? So I'm looking at the sun here, and this shimmer part is lined up with my camera lens, my eyeballs looking at it, right? And the shimmer comes right back to me. And it sticks with me no matter how fast I go. See how the shimmer hangs with me and follows me? Well, somebody over on the other side of the lake isn't going to see that shimmer, right? Somebody on the other side of the lake is going to have their angle and perspective of the sun, and the shimmer's going to be coming to them. They won't be able to see my shimmer. So I can see this bright fucking shimmer go all the way across this gigantic lake in Tahoe. And the shimmer sticks with me, even though I'm going 65 miles an hour down the road here. Right? The shimmer follows me. The sun is like stuck with me. Now I'm moving the camera right here, but when I center it back up, see how it stays with me? So as long as I keep the camera centered, it doesn't matter how fast I'm going. The sun stays stuck right there with me, right? The shimmer follows me. That's my personal lake shimmer. No one else sees my personal lake shimmer like that. But to me, it's super bright and goes all the way across the lake. So if it's the moon that's out, then you'll get the same thing. You'll get this shimmer, except it'll be moonlight, right? And the moon's stuck with you. So what they tell you for mainstream science is that the sun is 93 million miles away. And it's just so big and so far away that it just appears to be stuck with you like that. They'll tell you that the moon is 238,000 miles away, and it just appears to be stuck to you outside your window as you're shooting down the freeway 100 miles an hour. Yeah. So they'll just tell you, oh no, those are just so far away. That's why it seems like it's following you. Well, in my world, it ain't far away like that. It's in my own personal dome of vision. And that's my sun, and I see my own personal angles to it. And then my own local moon and sun are in my dome of vision. And if you happen to be near me, you'll see the same angles essentially that I do. You'll be within my dome of vision, and I'll be within your dome of vision. So the two of us can come together and see essentially the same sunrise and sunsets if we're both on the same spot, both looking at the same direction. We'll both be seeing the sun within our virtual dome, and it'll seem like we're seeing the same thing. But we're all seeing our own individual sun and moon. Crazy, but that's what's happening. So how the hell does that happen? Well, maybe this is like a virtual reality that we live in. Some gigantic hyper-realistic video game. I haven't quite figured that part out, but maybe one day I will.
Explanation. So the notion of one singular circling sun is impossible. And the fact that we are all seeing our own local sun rise and set is a reality. So rather than make excuses and deny reality,
Whoa. I see someone saying something in chat I don't agree with at all. Celebrities push flat earth. Are we serious, guys? Really? Celebs? Yeah, well, none of the celebs say anything truthful about the flat earth, really. Almost every celeb I've ever heard talk about it, they don't bring up sunrise or sunset angles ever at all. So like when Shaq brings up flat earth, he'll be like, well, I went across the country in my bus, and we weren't going down a curve. It was flat. I'll drive airplane. I've been on an airplane. Right. So if Shaq says that the Earth is flat, that doesn't mean for sure it's a globe, and that he's trying to get us to believe the wrong thing. No, none of the celebrities have ever fucking brought up any good information. Like none of them. You know how I know? Because I'm telling you the good information right now, and none of them have ever said this. So none of the celebs will bring up the equinox and 90-degree east sunrise, 270 sunset. None of them will talk about the southeast sunrise and southwest sunset in the winter months that are impossible, south of the Tropic of Capricorn. None of them talk about any of the technical aspects, right? So if a celebrity pretends to be a flat earther, that doesn't mean that the flat earth should be thrown out because celebrities are pretending to be flat earthers. No, they're just gatekeepers. And then a lot of them celebrities can be used to flip-flop like Jaron, right? So they can have a celebrity pretend to be a flat earther and then flip-flop back to globe. That doesn't mean for sure it's a globe, right? So fuck the celebrities. Don't listen to the celebrities. I'm not a celebrity. So I've never been in any movies, never been on any TV shows. I've never done any commercials. I wasn't in anything that was ever promoted on TV or what have you. So I'm not a celebrity. So I'm here giving you what I have learned over my 10 years of doing this. Right? So what I can tell you is don't listen to any of the celebrities, but just because a celebrity talks about flat earth doesn't mean you should throw out the subject completely. Oh god, we always got a concaver in here too. Yeah, well, show me proof that that you can walk up and down the walls and that the oceans are compressed up against the walls. So how come the sun doesn't go up in the morning and come down at night, right? Or no, or come up at night. That's right. Why doesn't the sun come down in the morning and go up at night? Yeah, if it was concave, shouldn't the sun go up and disappear? Right? Shouldn't it be coming down in the morning? Oh, look, there's the sun coming down. Oh, there's the sun going up because we live in a concave earth, right? So yeah, the concave shit is like inside out globe. You have to have curvature and your water would have to be curving up against the walls uniformly. And so I haven't seen water curve around a ball, and I've never seen water curve up against the walls of the inside of a ball. So you have to prove that those things are happening, and I have yet to see anyone prove that. Furthermore, if you got a sun going around inside of a concave shell, you're going to end up with the same problem as one sun going around in AE map. It's impossible. So if you have a concave shell and one sun going around in there, the same exact problems. It's not going to be able to be everywhere it needs to be to get the sunset and sunrise angles correct for all the locations. So even if you think it's concave, you're still going to have each observer seeing their own sun and moon. Otherwise, your whole model's going to be wrong.
I'm going to accept that this is indeed reality, what we are seeing and experiencing.
People are freaking out because I think it's the way you said something and that I don't agree with, and which is if you see a clear sun, circling around, and we know, and it wasn't faked, you made it sound like you're going to say the Earth is a globe.
I'm going to say that the Earth cannot be flat.
And that brings us back to these two scumbags, Jeranism and David Weiss. So in this clip, Dave Weiss is calling into Jeranism's show, and they're both pretending to have a bit of an argument over whether or not the final experiment will falsify the flat Earth model if they see a 24-hour sun in Antarctica. And so Jaron is supposed to go to Antarctica for Will Duffy's final experiment. And if he sees a 24-hour circling sun in Antarctica, he's going to come back and say that the Earth cannot be flat.
Spoiler alert, that's exactly what happened.
His words. Now, Dave Weiss is going to say that that wouldn't falsify the flat Earth model.
So, speaking of Dave Weiss, we didn't really go to his channel, but anyway, Dave Weiss is still very active. He's essentially like he's looked at as like the leader of the current flat Earth community because he goes on these podcasts with shills and he hawks his app. So David Weiss hung out with the Alex Jones that from like a couple of years ago, before Alex Jones got recently replaced. Dave hung out with him on InfoWars along with Eddie Bravo, and the three of them talked about Dave Weiss's app and goofed off. So Dave connects back to the Alex Jones character before he got replaced and Eddie Bravo. So anybody wondering about Dave Weiss? Well, how many guys get to hang out directly with Alex Jones while he lets you hawk your app to his audience, right? So Here's your shill connection here. Dave Weiss to Alex Jones to Eddie Bravo to that app, to that incorrect model on the app. See? Incorrect model with circling sun and moon. Dave Weiss pushes the app. Alex Jones allows Dave Weiss to push the app on his program. Then you got Joe Rogan's former buddy here, Eddie Bravo, also along for the ride. So,
but it would falsify their sky model. Now, I want to point out that Jaron and Dave Weiss have been pushing an incorrect, debunked, falsified sky model for like a decade, basically. And the circling sun was debunked by me back in 2017 and Q&Fee even before that, I think back in 2016. And so not only have flat earthers debunked this one circling sun nonsense, but a bunch of globe earthers have too. So the fact that Jaron and Dave Weiss and Eric Dubé and plenty of other fake flat earthers have.
So here's the episode where Dave Weiss went on Roseanne's podcast. So Dave Weiss has hung out with Alex Jones, Roseanne, the dude from Half Baked, Jim Brewer. Almost forgot his name. So 3 different shills, who are in the big club who tie back to Hollywood. So what are the chances that Dave's a legit guy who just so happens to have hung out with Alex Jones on InfoWars, Eddie Bravo, Roseanne, and Jim Brewer, who all just let him hawk his tracking app? So anybody still following Dave Weiss is a useful idiot and a fucking moron. Or they're shills themselves. No excuses.
Have made excuses for nearly a decade every time the circling sun got debunked. But now they're going to pretend like if Will Duffy has this experiment where they see a 24-hour sun in Antarctica, well, then that falsifies the whole flat earth model. No, it doesn't mean that the earth is a globe, but it does falsify that circling sun. Absolutely. You can't have a circling sun over the AE map and have a circling sun going the opposite direction in Antarctica in December. That's impossible. So yes, it proves Eric Dubé wrong, it proves Jaron wrong, and it proves David Weiss wrong, it proves Mark Sargent wrong, Witsit Gets It wrong, Flat Earth Banjo wrong, D Marble, Bob Nodell. Yeah, all those guys who ever pushed a circling sun, yeah, those guys are all going to be proven wrong. All of them.
Yep. So anyone who didn't take the time to correct themselves and talk about this, fucking shills, disinformation pushers. Because there were plenty of people who this information was brought to them. They realized they were wrong, but they just kept on pushing the circle sun shit. Some of them will even say, oh, dude, that stuff that you show is too confusing. Everyone's seeing their own sun. That's too confusing. Let's keep it simple for the normies and just stick with the circle sun shit. So some content creators think it's just so easy to explain with the circle sun, circle moon that they don't want to be bothered with correcting anything that's wrong because they're afraid that their audience will get confused and stop believing in the flat earth. So some of them just out of convenience just decided that, oh, this is too hard. Let's just stick with the same old debunked model because it's so easy to show and explain. So there were plenty of flat earth channels that just, even when they were shown that what they were pushing was wrong, they just stuck with the wrong shit. Plenty of them.
Know who won't be proven wrong? Me! Because I stopped using the circling sun back in 2017 after I proved it wrong. It won't prove Q&Fee wrong because he doesn't use a circling sun either. So, I don't believe in a globe. I believe that the horizon is horizontal. I don't know what this realm is. I don't know what shape the earth is. I couldn't tell you that. But what I can tell you is seeing the sun do a 360 in Antarctica does not mean that the earth is a globe. It does not prove the Earth is flat or not flat. What it does do is prove one circling sun is incorrect.
All right. So that's an old video from a couple of years ago. So you can go scroll back and rewatch it if you need to. And I have another video talking about a model with a 24-hour sun and how it would work. And I further explain all the same concepts. So I've got the material there for anyone to take a look at and reference if any of it's confusing. So hopefully we're getting everybody kind of caught up as to what I think and how I feel and get everybody on the same page with that. And now that I've shown you guys, where the rest of the Flat Earth content creators are at and what they're up to and what the state of Flat Earth in 2026 looks like. Well, right now, this is one of the only channels that is still up and active and isn't controlled. So basically, this is right now the current Flat Earth community that's not run by shills and not controlled, where we can talk about this subject and not have to worry about some evil shills coming along and co-opting the whole thing, because I won't let them. So this is essentially what you're looking at, the modern day legitimate Flat Earth community right here. Whether you want to be a part of it or not, that's what it was tonight. That's what we did. We are the current modern day community of people discussing the Earth not being a globe and doing so in a way that's far more advanced than anyone else talking about this right now anywhere else on the internet. Fair, isn't it? I think that's a fair statement. Nobody else on the internet on any other channel is having this conversation the same way that we are. This level of detail. All right. And last but not least, I saw Witsit in the video there, and I forgot to bring up that Witsit came back and then disappeared again. So let me just show you that real quick, because there were some people who like to, there's some people that like to follow this dude and like to think that maybe this guy's legit, but he went with Jaron and Will Duffy and MC Toon to Antarctica, or to fake Antarctica. So Witsit gets it, another shill bag. I guess he just recently came back after a 2-month hiatus. So last time I checked this channel, he hadn't done anything in 2 months, but I guess 2 days ago, he streamed with some guy named Sean Griffin. So here's another guy tied back to the shill crew. So Witsit was a friend of Jaron's and Dave Weiss, and he was chosen by Will Duffy to go to Antarctica. And then, of course, he went. He pretended that his vape smoke was ice crystals. So he's known for discrediting the trip, maybe by accident, with Vapegate. And so anybody who thinks that this guy's trustworthy, nope, he ties directly back to all those shills we already mentioned. And he wasn't even around back in the day when I started. So back in 2016, 17, 18, 19, this guy wasn't even around. So he's not even one of the OG content creators. So anyone who thinks like Witsit is like one of the bigger Flat Earth content creators, no, he wasn't even around back when I was blowing up. Nobody's ever mentioned him or talked about him. He wasn't even around till like after 2020. So after COVID shit was when this guy finally hit the scene. And he pretended like he didn't know who I was. So yeah, Witsit Gets It, I guess, just streamed a couple days ago. But this guy's completely part of the shill crew. In fact, since he went with Will Duffy to on that Antarctica trip, that's pretty much proof that he ties directly back to nothing but shills. And he used to kiss Candace Owens' ass, and he would be like, "You guys, maybe we can get on Candace Owens. Oh, I might be able to go on Candace Owens and talk about this." So he used to brag to his audience that maybe, just maybe, he'll get lucky enough to go on Candace Owens. So he would gush about Candace like she's some fucking beacon of truth, and perhaps she's going to allow him to come on her program and speak. So there you go. I've pretty much covered all the major content creators in the flat Earth space and showed you what they're up to currently, or that they've essentially disappeared and are no longer active talking about this topic anymore. So here I am talking about this topic tonight live. So I'm on the board for being an active flat Earth content creator still, who's not controlled, who's actively doing my best to try and bring you guys the truth about this topic to the best of my ability. So there you go. As far as I'm concerned, this is the forefront of the topic right here, right now. This is the modern day flat Earth community in action right here, right now. I've done picked up the ball. I'm going to pick up the ball and run with it. Or no, I'm going to pick up the plane and run with it. Right? It seemed like the subject was dead in the water and that nobody was really doing anything with it. So I was like, hey, why don't I circle back and pick up this subject again, start talking about it again, and we'll see if any of these shill channels scramble all of a sudden and start talking about what I'm talking about now. So we'll see if in the next week any shill channels scramble and start trying to co-opt this topic again. Now, with that said, you guys, I've been on here rambling for over 4 hours. This is longer than I usually stream, but I got carried away talking about this topic that is very near and dear to my heart. You know, I've been talking about this for a long time. So whenever I get to rambling about the flat Earth, you know, hours just go shooting on by. And tonight definitely was the case tonight, me talking about this subject. Time has shot by. Holy shit. Almost 4.5 hours. That's a lot. So rather than keep going and bore you guys to sleep, I'll save some info for next time. So let me read my last super chats that came in, and then we'll shut her down. RY says if Q and Fee is listening, he should apologize to you. He won't do it. So here's the thing. When I used to say, this is the best channel ever. This is the funniest channel in the world. You're looking at the greatest truth teller of all times. You know how I would promote myself by saying this is the greatest channel ever, or I'm the funniest guy ever, and this is the greatest truth channel ever known. So I would promote myself by saying stuff like that. Q would threaten me. He would send me an email and say, you're calling yourself the greatest truth teller, but you're not including me, piece of shit. So he would threaten me through email that if I tell my audience live that I'm the best and that I don't include him, he's going to make a video exposing me, and that he's going to show me contradicting myself, and that he's got examples of me contradicting myself, and he's going to make me look like a fool to my own audience unless I include him each and every time I say that I'm the best. He did. He threatened to expose me. And he did this more than once. I'm going to make a video about you unless you say that I'm the best next time you say that you're the best. So he would essentially threaten me into promoting him. So after he did that a few times, I always knew in the back of my head that one day he's going to fucking turn on me and make a video about me. I knew one day, regardless of how nice of a guy I am, regardless of what I do, one day I knew he was going to fucking turn on me. And it was because it was this ego thing where my channel has a bigger audience and does better than his. And it bothered him that he couldn't get that same type of reaction. And so whenever I would brag and say that this is the best channel in the world, it would hurt his feelings, so much so that he had to threaten me through email. So I always knew that one day he was going to fucking turn on me. So when I started doing $2 memberships, because, you know, it's a extra way to help support the channel, and, you know, support on here is important to keep all this going. And I thought that if I did a very cheap membership, for only like $1 or $2, that it would be an easy way for people to support the channel without having to spend too much, So I started doing the membership thing, and a lot of channels started doing memberships, not just me. And so YouTube recommended to any content creator who was monetized that they should try doing memberships. So I did the membership thing for $2 a month, and I still have it going. And a lot of you guys are probably members. So Q showed up to the channel, and he left me this nasty comment saying that he's upset that he won't be able to watch my content since I'm doing the members only thing, and that he's not going to become a member, and that I should just give away the truth for free, and that he's made thousands of videos and never charged a cent. So he basically made me try and feel inferior to him by saying that he's never charged a cent, and that me doing memberships is going to cause him to not be able to see the members only content, and that's just wrong. So he told me I was wrong for doing members only content and tried to make me feel like shit, put himself above me. I've never charged any money, piece of shit, and I made so many videos. That whole truth should be free shit. So I guess a comedian's set should be free. I guess every band that you may have ever paid to go see, I guess that should be free too. I guess everything should be free, right? Nobody should be allowed to charge for anything. So once he did that to me, and somebody asked during a live stream, like, what's up with Q and Fee? I'm like, I don't know what his fucking problem is, but if he's got a problem, that's his deal. Right. So I said in one of my live streams, one of the members only live streams, I don't know what his fucking problem is, but I'm going to keep doing what I'm doing. And if he doesn't like it, then he can fuck off. And he took that as such an insult that he took my face and put it on a woman's body and used a sample of my voice in AI to make me call myself gay and say that I have sex with animals and have sex with my dog. He was so offended that he thought it was perfectly acceptable to make slander content using AI and putting me on a woman's body and making me say that I want to have sex with my dog. He thought that was totally, perfectly acceptable. And his audience was like, oh, ha, 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 so funny, Q. That's so funny. Ha, 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 ha. But all of my supporters who happen to have seen that deplorable shit were like, dude, that's terrible what you said about Jake. So he didn't quite get the reaction I guess he thought he would. And so once I saw that, I was like, damn, dude. It's one thing to not like that I'm doing memberships. It's another thing to not like what I'm doing with my channel and decide that you don't like me anymore, or you don't want to talk about me anymore, or whatever. I get it. If anybody decides they don't want to like me anymore, don't want to watch me anymore, fine, go ahead. But to take a sample of my voice and put my face on a woman's body and make me say all this gay, nasty stuff and talk about having sex with animals, it was literally the worst thing I've ever seen anyone do or say about me. Worse than any of the shills who I've ever exposed. Worse than anything Jaron ever said. Worse than anything anyone ever said about me by a large margin. And it was disgusting to see that he felt that was the way that he was going to get even with me. So after seeing that, I can't be like, oh, let's talk this out and come to an agreement and I'll apologize and we'll let bygones. No, there is no bygones be bygones. Once somebody takes my image and uses AI to make me say and do all this terrible, disgusting stuff to where I was revolted by what I saw. And I couldn't believe that I had promoted this guy and shown his work to everybody so many times that he felt the need to do that, even if I started doing memberships, even if I said or did something he didn't like. What he did, in my opinion, there's just no forgiving that sort of thing. And I don't think that he has any remorse for what he did at all. I don't think he feels the need to apologize to me at all. In fact, he's the type of guy who will take this right here, this snippet, and make another video more deplorable than that last one. That's the type of guy he is. And I don't want to deal with a man like that. I don't want nothing to do with a man like that. And so that's why I can't ever work with him or be cool with him ever again. It's sad that it happened. But all I did was do memberships for $2 a month and promote my channel. And he didn't like it. And he threatened me. And I knew one day he was going to fucking make a video about me. But I didn't know he was going to make the nastiest, most slanderous, deplorable, disgusting fucking video I've ever seen in my life. And you guys might be wondering, really? How bad could it be? Those of you who've seen it know. So, yeah, man. Sad that it came to that. I wish that I could be here promoting him right now and talking about how he's one of the cool guys and one of the guys who helped me figure out what I figured out. I wish it was like that, but sadly, he made it so it can't be like that. And the only way I could ever consider an apology from him is if he took down all that content and made a deep, heartfelt apology video to me. And I don't ever see him doing that. So yeah. Anybody wonder whatever happened with that guy? Just another example of somebody who all of a sudden fucking stabbed me in the back to the point where I can't even fucking forgive him. So yeah. If anybody ever wonders why I don't want to talk about him anymore, I don't ever want to do impressions of him, it's because it kind of hurts, man. It hurt that somebody who I thought was cool and who I promoted and who at one time we were making content together, it hurts that it turned into what it did. And so whenever anyone brings him up, or, you know, RY, you've asked me to do an impression of him, it's like, I don't even want to think about him. I don't even want to think about how his voice sounds. I don't want to do an impression of him. I just have to try and forget that shit ever happened, right? So the sad deal about revisiting the flat earth topic is knowing that, there's videos that I made with that guy in the past and segments that I've done with that guy in the past that whenever I go back and I re-show it, it reminds me of what went down. So it's a shame that happened, but he still feels the need to attack me and slander me. And not just me, he goes after Holden, So Holden, one of my mods here, Q and Fee will take the time to make a slanderous video about him and really, really make it as nasty of a video as he can about Holden. So, yeah, man, there's just no way to fix that. So yeah, all I can do is move forward and stay positive. So there you go, guys. All right, having said that, I am totally tired and hungry. I'm super hungry, actually. 4.5 hours. I've been rambling and rambling and rambling and rambling. And then earlier I did the beatbox bit, which takes a good chunk of my energy. So I am running on fumes right now, and my stomach is empty, and I need to put some food in there and get off here and shut up and relax. So, and my dog is waiting patiently to go out. So we'll go ahead and wrap this stream up. True Metal Jake says, all right, can we see Ralph already? Well, I showed him earlier, but yeah, I'll show him one more time. Ralphie, there, puppy. Come here, puppy. Come here, puppy. There's the bear. There he is. There's my baby. BB. He's been waiting very patiently for his walk. So that's what we're going to go do now. All right, guys. Thank you for watching tonight. And I will try and do more flat earth content every so often. We'll try and keep the subject alive, because if I don't keep it going, then it's going to be gatekept by a bunch of shills. So as far as I'm concerned, we're going to try and keep this topic going on this channel. And I appreciate all you guys for watching tonight. We had so many super chats come in. There was a point where all I was doing was just reading one super chat after the other. So this is probably a record number of super chats that I received in one night. There were so many damn super chats, you guys. I just can't thank you enough. So from the bottom of my heart, I appreciate all the support tonight. You guys were off the hook. Hopefully you enjoyed the stream, and I'll try and figure out something good for you guys by next Wednesday. So if I don't have a video up by then I'll catch you guys in the next stream. So whether I see it in the next live stream or the next video, thank all of you for being here, and all the messages that I didn't get a chance to read, I'm going to go back and watch the replay, and I'll read all the messages that came in tonight, all the good ones, all the bad ones. So I'll see who was here and who said what. So thank you to each and every one of you. Extra big thank yous to all the super chats. Holy cow. What a night, huh? What a night. I didn't expect to go this long, but just had such a fun time tonight, spouting off that the time just flew by. All right. So with that said, you guys have a wonderful night. Holden says he wants to send a super chat before I end. All right, we'll make it quick. I need to wrap it up, buddy. Good night to everybody. Rumford and MRRN and Coffee Bean Tree and Truth Hurts. True Metal Jake, thank you again for the donation tonight, brother. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And I appreciate all the birthday wishes. All right. Holden says, I have a surprise tomorrow when you are free. A surprise tomorrow, huh? Oh, boy. Lucky me. All right. Is that your super chat, Holden? Is that's the last one you wanted me to read? All right. Well, then I look forward to whatever that's going to be tomorrow. All right, guys. Good night. Peace out. Much love. I'll see you guys next time. And good night.